Hare Krishna, everyone. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Prabhupada. Welcome to Gita Jayanti, English reading of Srimad Bhagavad Gita. We're just waiting for Hariyashva Prabhu. He is setting up the arti. He's going to do an arti of the Bhagavad Gita.
Oh, you can't see me. I'm here. You can't see me. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can see.
Yes, Prabhu. Okay, you're.
Give me my phone. How are you hearing me, Mother?
So there's a little bit of an echo. So if the other phone can just have the not connect to the sound, then we'll be good.
Vishnu, cut off your phone. Okay. So, what happened?
I think
Hari,
we lost you, Hari Prabhu.
Hari, you're really muffled right now. You're really muffled.
We lost you on the computer. Whatever device you were on before, you're gone. So while Hari's getting logged back in, we're so glad that all of you could join us for this very auspicious day of Gita Jayanti, and also Merry Christmas to everyone too. We also have that to celebrate for those of you who do. Maybe some of you have some family gatherings or even just celebrating in your house. So we're so glad that all of you could make it today. And Hari is working on getting connected back on for doing an arti with the Bhagavad Gita, and then we will start in with the readings and doing just the English translation. So I will be sharing the screen just in case you don't have it right in front of you. And yes, also today is Ekadasi. So thank you for that as well. So we are doing an Ekadasi fast. So it's a big day. It's an exciting day. It's a day to celebrate. It's an auspicious day. It's a day to be grateful and be filled with love and joy, and also being gathered with devotees. So, and I know all of you should have received the lineup, so you know who's going before you, just in case you lose track for a minute, that you can see who's reading before you and note that you're next in the queue. So like I said, I will have all of the verses up on the screen as soon as we get Hari back online here. Hare Krishna. I just spoke with Hari Ashva Prabhu and his computer crashed. So it's always an adventure. So he'll be right with us. In the meantime, we can all just, and what I'll do is maybe put a little bit of kirtan on in the meantime.
One more time, a little louder with your heart. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
That's drama. Hare Krishna family, I wasn't scared at all, you know, and that's not like me. And anyway, everybody knows how tech savvy I am, but it's back up and I didn't get scared. So first I want to tell you something. You know, I'm 10 minutes behind, but you know, today for Gita Jayanti, it's also Christmas. And I'm used to, at this time of year, that there would always be a movie playing called The Greatest Story Ever Told. And today, we're going to hear the greatest song ever sung. This is a song of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the Bhagavad Gita. So I know that I'm running a little late, but let's just take a little glimpse of what's about to take place. It's a conversation, and Arjuna and his family and his cousins, they were all called the Kauravas. And at some point, the wicked-minded uncle, King Dhritarashtra, he decided to call only his sons the Kauravas and the sons of his brothers the Pandavas. Therefore, we have the Pandavas and the Kauravas. And they're about to go have a battle at the Battle of Kurukshetra. How come? Because this war we tried to avoid this war. Even Krishna tried to stop it. And the Kauravas were so persistent, especially the head brother, Duryodhana. He was so persistent on making sure that this happened because he tried to rob the Pandavas by setting up a rigged gambling match. He tried to strip naked their wife, their queen. He tried to burn them up in the house of lac. He tried to poison and kill Bhima. It's just endless. So let's go to these 5 Pandavas. Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, Nakul, and Sahadev. These are Pandavas. And on the other side, there's 100 sons, but the main one is Duryodhana. Therefore, Krishna tried to stop, and he told Dhritarashtra at a certain point when Krishna went to speak to them to negotiate. This is all from a larger epic called the Mahabharata, of which the Gita is considered the jewel of the Mahabharata because it's so nicely placed within the Mahabharata. Anyway, Krishna went to try to negotiate and stop this, but it was not to be stopped. And he told Maharaj Dhritarashtra, he said, listen, you have 100 sons, get rid of this one son. And he gave the description of Duryodhana. He said he's wicked, sinful, envious and cruel. So this is who we're dealing with. And now he's the king. He's going to be, he's at a certain point, the Pandavas were put into exile. You know all these things. And they've come back and they just wanted to have their land back and they couldn't have that. He said, well, just give us 5 villages. We have to have something to, some providence to lord over. He says, I won't give you as much land as to drive the pen of the needle. These are fighting words. These are not passive priests. These are Kshatriyas. These are warriors. Therefore, it had to be. So now we're coming up towards the battlefield, and the only verse you're ever going to hear in this, I'm not going to tell you that yet. Well, can I still offer a dupe article to the Gita?
Yes.
Would that be okay? Okay.
Absolutely.
So we'll get back to the story. But because I tell you this it's definitely the greatest song ever sang. And everybody's got their favorite song. I've got my list, but there's no song like this Bhagavad Gita. What a song. So let's see what we can do here. So what should we do? While I'm just going to do a very quick article, you can just chant the Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Sri Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Just chant Hare Krishna. Okay. I can't hear you. Just chant Hare Krishna. Everyone chant. And
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Ram
Hare Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Rama
Hare Hare.
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare
Rama,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare Ram
Hare
Ram,
Rama.
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare
Ram Hare
Krishna,
Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare. Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Hare
Hare Rama,
Ram
Rama
Ram,
Rama.
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Hare.
Hare
Hare.
Hare Rama,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare. Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare.
Hare Rama.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Rama
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Hare 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 Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare.
Hare
Rama
Ram,
Rama
Hare
Rama
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare.
Rama Hare
Ram
Rama
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Ram Hare Hare. Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Hare.
Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare. Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Rama
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna.
Hare Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram,
Rama,
Hare
Hare
Rama
Ram,
Hare.
Rama,
Ram Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Rama,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare.
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare,
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare.
Hare Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
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 Krishna
Hare
Hare,
Hare. Hare Ram, Hare
Rama,
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Rama,
Ram,
Rama
Hare
Rama,
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna, Hare,
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Rama,
Hare
Rama
Hare.
Rama, Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
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 Hare,
Hare Hare. Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Rama,
Hare.
Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
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 Krishna, Hare
Hare,
Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare.
Ram Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna, Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram Ram,
Ram, Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Hare.
Ram Ram Ram,
Ram Hare Hare Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
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 Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare. Hare Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare, Hare
Hare.
Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare,
Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Hare,
Ram Hare.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare.
Hare, Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Hare,
Krishna Hare
Hare
Hare.
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare.
Hare Hare Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare.
Ram, Hare
Ram
Hare,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare.
Ram Ram, Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Ram
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna, Hare
Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare
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 Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Ram
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Hare,
Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Hare Ram,
Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram,
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna
Hare.
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Hare,
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Hare Ram,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare Hare. Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna Hare
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 Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram, Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram, Hare
Hare
Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Ram
Krishna,
Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram,
Hare
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Ram Ram,
Krishna
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Ram Ram
Krishna
Ram, Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna
Ram, Ram Ram, Ram
Hare
Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Krishna,
Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare
Krishna
Ram,
Krishna
Ram
Krishna
Ram,
Hare
Hare
Hare Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna
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 Krishna,
Hare
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 Ram,
Ram
Hare
Ram
Ram,
Ram Ram
Hare.
Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare
Beautiful.
Hare Krishna
Hare
Hare
Ram
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 Krishna
Ram
Hare
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 Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
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 Krishna
Demons
Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
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 Ram
stop.
Ram
Krishna
So auspicious.
Ram Ram
You can
Hare
tell
Hare
it's
Krishna
so
Hare Krishna
auspicious.
Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
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 Hare
Krishna
Ram
Hare
Ram Ram
Hare
Hare
Ram
Krishna
Hare Ram Ram Ram
Ram
Hare
Ram
Hare
Hare Hare
Hare
Hare
Krishna
Krishna
Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
All right.
Ram Ram
So
Ram
now,
Hare.
so mother, everything's
Yes.
okay, right?
Yes.
Tell me if I'm doing anything wrong, which, you know, there's always so much drama with me because I'm just so dependent on Krishna's mercy. Therefore, right now, you're only going to hear one Sanskrit verse in this entire reading. And that is the first verse. And the first verse is important because it's the beginning of such an epic. I mean, this is the conversation. Dhammakshetre, Kurukshetre, Somaveda Yutava, Mamaka Pandavaschaiva, Kimakovata Sanjaya. So this is very, very important. Mother, I don't know.
Yes.
Will I be able to pull up my Gita?
I was going to share the screen for everyone, Prabhu, if that's okay.
Okay. You can do it. Just make sure I can read quickly enough. I usually can move.
You got it.
Let's see if I can try it.
Okay.
You know how I am.
Let's see.
Okay, so let's go. Put it up.
Can everyone see it? I was having problems before.
Yes,
Can
mother.
you
Yes,
make
we can
Okay,
see
good.
it.
Yes, Mother, now I can see
Why
it.
isn't
good.
it larger?
You want it larger? Okay.
I love it large.
that's fine.
I can't see. When it's
I will
large,
do. You
I can
got it,
feel it.
Prabhu. Let me just get a little bit bigger for you. There we go.
Make it big.
Okay.
Make it big.
Is that better?
That's it.
Okay.
That's the fun. Okay, I'm ready. But before we start, I'm just so grateful to see your faces, to hear your voices. This is our first chance that we get to do something so wonderful together as to glorify the Bhagavad Gita. And in so doing, I get to serve each and every one of you. Vanchakalpa Trubhyascha, Kripa Sindhubhya Vacha, Patitani Pavanebhyo,
Namo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Om Gana Timarandasha, Gananjana Shilakaya, Chakshu Umritanyena, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Let's go. So that same verse. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, after my sons and the sons of Pandu, assembled in the place, see, I don't see on this side from the writing, assembled in the place of pilgrimage. These names, these pictures, I have to move over from on the side and put them at the top, Mother.
So at the at the top, you can hit the dash. Above all the pictures, there's a little underline, like a dash. And if you hit that, it'll close all the windows for the video.
Okay, because I can't see, so I need to see. So.
Yeah, over top of your picture.
Over top of your picture, you'll see a little, if you put your cursor up.
Hey,
Prabhu,
Jay-Z,
get your
I
book.
see you.
If you have a book, just get
Yeah.
your book.
Yeah,
No,
but
Mother Sita, I'm better. I can read faster on the screen.
Okay.
But I just need to, Mother Sita, tell me how to get these things off the side.
Okay, there is a square button, and it'll make everything go away. I don't know how to tell
Or
you.
if you hover over the top of your pictures, you'll see a little minus sign. You'll see the little X. You'll see it's like a little minus sign. If you hit that, it minimizes the box.
I did it. That's it, Jay-Z.
Okay, and then
Tell
you
me
can
you're a
drag,
bad man.
and then you
Very
can drag.
well.
Then you
Jay-Z,
can
bringing it home.
drag the box and put it wherever you want. Once it's minimized like that, you can move it wherever you want.
It's okay. I'm ready.
Okay, very good. Hare Krishna.
Okay.
Okay.
Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, after my sons and the sons of Pandu assembled in a place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra desiring to fight, what did they do? Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the army, please remove this window after you've shared.
yeah, it's gonna. Yeah,
Okay.
Can that go?
No.
Okay, well, it's all
There's
right.
still something. Mother, you see what I'm seeing? It's fading, it's getting better. Great. It's gone, Mother. Now open them up again, but it's back. I don't want to see that square box. Can I go?
Blocking the letters.
I'm going again. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, after my sons and the sons of Pandu assembled in a place of Kurukshetra desiring to fight, what did they do? Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the army, arranged in military formation by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhana went to his teacher and spoke the following words. My teacher, O my teacher, behold the great army of the sons of Pandu, so expertly arranged by your intelligent disciple, the son of Drupad. Here in this army are many heroic bowmen, equal in fighting to Bhima and Arjuna, great fighters like Duryodhana, Virat, and Drupad. There are also great heroic powerful fighters like Drishtaketu, Chaitanya, Kasiraj, Parujit, Kunti Boj, and Shaibya. There are the mighty Yujamanyu, the very powerful Uttamoja, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of Draupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters. But for your information, O best of the Brahmanas, let me tell you about the captains who are especially qualified to lead my military force. There are personalities like you, Bhishma, Karna, Kripa, Ashvatthama, Vikarna, and the sons of Somadatta called Buddheshwara, who are always victorious in battle. There are many other heroes who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. All of them are well equipped with different kinds of weapons, and all are experienced in military science. Our strength is immeasurable, and we are perfectly protected by Grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhima, is limited. All of you must now give full support to Grandfather Bhishma as you stand at your respective strategic points of entrance into the phalanx of the army. Then Bhishma, the great vigilant grandsire of the Kuru dynasty, the grandfather of the fighters, blew his conch shell very loudly, making a sound like the roar of a lion, given to Yodhan in joy. After that, the conch shells, drums, bugles, trumpets, and horns were all suddenly sounded, and the combined sound was tumultuous. On the other side, both Lord Krishna and Arjuna, stationed on a great chariot drawn by white horses, sounded their transcendental conch shells. The Lord blew his conch shell called the Panchajanya. Arjuna blew his, the Devadatta, and Bhima, the voracious eater and performer of Herculean task, blew his terrific conch shell called Pondra. King Yudhisthira, the son of Kunti, blew his conch shell, the Ananta Vijay, and Nakula and Sahadev. And the King Yudhisthira, the son of Kunti, blew his conch shell, the Ananta Vijay, and Nakula and Sahadev blew the Sugosha Mani Pushpaka. That great archer, the king of Kashi, the great fighter Sakandi, Drishtajumna, Virat, and the unconquerable Satyaki, Drupad, the sons of Draupadi, and others, O king, such as the mighty armed son of Subhadra, all blew their respective conch shells. The blowing of these different conch shells became uproarious, vibrating both in the sky and on the earth. It shattered the hearts of the sons of Dhritarashtra. At that time, Arjuna, the son of Pandu, seated in the chariot bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrows. O king, after looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra drawn in military array, Arjuna then spoke to Lord Krishna these words. Arjuna said, "O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies so that I may see those present here who desire to fight and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms. Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra." Sanjaya said, "O descendant of Bart." Having thus been addressed by Arjuna, Lord Krishna drew up the fine chariot in the midst of the armies of both parties. In the presence of Bhishma, Drona, and all the other chieftains of the world, the Lord said, "Just behold, Partha, all the Kurus assembled here." There Arjuna could see, within the midst of the armies of both parties, his fathers, grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his father-in-laws and well-wishers. When the son of Kunti, Arjuna, saw all these different grades of friends and relatives, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus. Arjuna said, "My dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me, and such a fighting spirit, I feel the limbs of my body quivering and my mouth drying up. My whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on end, my Bogandiva is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. I am now unable to stand there any longer. I am forgetting myself, and my mind is reeling. I see only causes of misfortune. Oh, Krishna, killer of the Keshi demon, I do not see how any good can come from killing our own kinsmen in this battle, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire any subsequent victory, kingdom, or happiness. Oh, Govinda, of what avail to us or a kingdom, happiness, or even life itself when all those for whom we may desire them are now arrayed on this battlefield? Oh, Madhusudana, when teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, maternal uncles, father-in-laws, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and other relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me, why should I wish to kill them, even though they might otherwise kill me? O maintainer of all living entities, I am not prepared to fight with them, even in exchange for the three worlds, let alone this earth. What pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dhritarashtra? Sin will overcome us if we slay such aggressors. Therefore, it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dhritarashtra and our friends. What should we gain, Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune? And how could we be happy by killing our own kinsmen? Oh, Janardhan, although these men, their hearts overtaken by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or quarreling with friends, why should we, who can see the crime in destroying a family, engage in these acts of sin? With the destruction of the dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family becomes involved in irreligion. When irreligion is prominent in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become polluted. And from degradation of womanhood, O descendant of Vishnu, comes unwanted progeny. An increase in unwanted population certainly causes hellish life, both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because the performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. By the evil deeds of those who destroy family tradition and thus give rise to unwanted children, all kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by disciplic succession that those whose family traditions are destroyed dwell always in hell. Alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greatly sinful acts. Driven by the desire to enjoy royal happiness, we are intent on killing our own kinsmen. Better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapons in hand, were to kill me unarmed and unresisting on the battlefield. Sanjaya said, Arjuna, having thus spoken on the battlefield, cast aside his bow and arrows and sat down on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 2, the content of the Gita summarized. Sanjaya said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusudana, Krishna, spoke the following words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting of a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets, but to infamy. O son of Pritha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O chastiser of the enemy. Arjuna said, O killer of enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack with arrows in battle, and in battle men like Bhishma and Drona, who are worthy of my worship? It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of the lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood. Nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. If we killed the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live, yet they are now standing before us on the battlefield. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. I can find no means to drive away this grief, which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel it, even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on earth with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. O descendant of Bharata, at that time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both the armies, spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjuna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and their disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O scion of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. O best among men, Arjuna, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress is steady in both is certainly eligible for liberation. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. That which pervades the entire body, you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. The material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore, fight, O descendant of Bharata. Neither he who thinks the living body the slayer, nor he who thinks it slain is in knowledge. For the self slays not, nor is slain. For the soul, there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. O Partha, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble, and can be neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. If, however, you think that the soul or the symptoms of life will always be born and die forever, you still have no reason to lament, O mighty armed. One who has taken birth is sure to die, and after death, one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. All created beings are unmanifest in their beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So what need is there for lamentation? Some look on the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. O descendant of Bharata, he who dwells in the body can never be slain. Therefore, you need not grieve for any living being. Considering your specific duty as a Kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles. And so there is no need for hesitation. O Partha, be happy. Happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of the heavenly planets. If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties and thus lose your reputation as a fighter. People will always speak of your infamy, and for a respectable person, dishonor is worse than death. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you insignificant. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and scorn your ability. What could be more painful for you? O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up with determination and fight. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting, without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat? And by so doing, you shall never incur sin. Thus far, I have described this knowledge to you through analytical study. Now listen as I explain it in terms of working without fruitive results. O son of Pritha, when you enact in such knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of works. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous types of fear. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Kurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to heavenly planets, result in good birth, power, and so forth. Being desirous of such sense gratification in opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. In the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence, and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of the three modes of material nature. O Arjuna, become transcendental to these three modes. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. All purposes served by a small well can at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Perform your duty equipoised, O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant by devotional service, and in that consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad reactions, even in this life. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. By thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries by going back to Godhead. When your intelligence has passed out of the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is to be heard. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed in trance of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak, and what is his language? How does he sit, and how does he walk?" The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desire for sense gratification, which arise from mental concoction, and when his mind, thus purified, finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. One who is not disturbed in mind, even amidst the threefold miseries, or elated when there is happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called a sage of steady mind. In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may obtain, neither praising it nor despising it, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects, as the tortoise draws its limbs within the shell, is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. Though the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense objects remains. But ceasing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind, even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me, is known as a man of steady intelligence. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment, lust develops, and from lust, anger arises. From anger, complete delusion arises, and from delusion, bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost. And when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. But a person free from all attachment and aversion is able to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom, can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord. For one thus satisfied in Krishna consciousness, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established. One who is not connected with the Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? As a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence, excuse me. Therefore, O mighty armed, one whose senses are restrained from the sense objects or from their objects is certainly of steady intelligence. What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self-controlled. And the time of awakening for all beings is night for the introspective sage. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. That is the way of the spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one is thus situated, even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 3, Karma Yoga. Arjuna said, O Janardhan, O Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruit of work? My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O sinless Arjuna, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical, philosophical speculation, and others by devotional service. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. One who restrains the sense of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is by far superior. Perform your prescribed duty, for doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain free from bondage. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods, along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, Be thou happy by this yajna, sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation. The demigods, being pleased by the sacrifices, will always please you, and thus by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of the yajna, sacrifice, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin. All living bodies subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Related activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, the all-pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice. My dear Arjuna, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice, thus established by the Vedas, certainly leads a life full of sin. Living only for the satisfaction of the senses, such a person lives in vain. But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty. A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty, for by working without attachment, one attains the supreme. Kings such as Janaka attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. O son of Pritha, there is no work prescribed for me within all the three planetary systems, nor am I in want of anything, nor have I a need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in prescribed duties. For if I ever fail to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path. If I did not perform prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would thereby destroy the peace of all living beings. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment, for the sake of leading people on the right path. So as not to disrupt the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties, a learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. One who is in knowledge of the absolute truths, O mighty armed Arjuna, O mighty armed, does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification, knowing well the difference between work and devotion and work for fruitive results. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached. But the wise should not unsettle them, although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Therefore, O Arjuna, surrender all your works unto me, with full knowledge of me, without desire for profit, with no claims to proprietorship, and free from lethargy, fight. Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions, and who follow this teaching faithfully without envy, become free from the bondage of fruitive action. But those who, out of envy, disregard these teachings and do not follow them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled and ruined in their endeavors for perfection. Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can repression accomplish? There are principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion, because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though faultily, than another's duties perfectly. Destruction in the course of performing one's own duty is better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Arjuna said, O descendant of Vrishni, by what is one impelled to sinful acts, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "It is lust only, Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or as the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust. Thus, the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied and which burns like fire. The senses, the mind, and the intelligence are sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders him. Therefore, O Arjuna, bested of Bhartas, in the very beginning, curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses. Intelligence is still higher than the mind, and he, the soul, is even higher than the intelligence. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence, O mighty armed Arjuna, one should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual knowledge, Krishna consciousness, and thus, by spiritual strength, conquer this insatiable enemy known as lust. Hare Krishna, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to read.
Chapter 4, Transcendental Knowledge. The personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god Vivasvan, and Vivasvan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Isvaku. The supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession of saintly king, understood it in that way, but in course of time the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it is appears to be lost. That very ancient science of relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you, because you are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of the science. Arjuna said, the sun god Vivasvan is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning instructed this science to me? The personality of Godhead said, many births both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of enemy. Although I am unborn, and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appeared in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Whenever and wherever there's a decline in religious practice, or descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. To deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreant, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I myself appeared millennium after millennium. One who knows the transcendental nature of appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attain my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Being freed from attachment, fear, and anger, being fully absorbed in me and taking refuge in me, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respect, O son of Prita. Man in this world desires success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive work in this world. According to the free modes of material nature and the work associated with them, the 4 divisions of human society are created by me. And also I am the creator of this system. You should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. There's no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands the truth about me also does not become entangled in the fruity reactions of work. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with the understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore, you should perform your duty, following in their footsteps. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. One who sees inaction in action, action is inaction, is intelligent among men. And he is in the transcendental position, also engaged in all sorts of activities. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavor is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by sages to be the worker for whom the reactions of work have been burned up by fire of perfect knowledge. Abandoning all attachment to the results of his activities, ever satisfied, independent, he performed no action, also engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, give up all sense of proprietorship over the possession, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by sinful reactions. He who is satisfied with gain, which come of its own accord, who is free from dualities and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled, also performing action. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature, who is fully situated in transcendental knowledge, merges entirely in transcendence. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his contribution to spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some offer sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Some, the unadulterated brahmacharis, sacrifice the hearing process and the senses in the fire of mental control, and others, the regulated householders, sacrifice the objects of the senses in the fire of the senses. Others who are interested in achieving self-realization through control of the mind and senses offer the function of all senses and of the life breath as oblations into the fire of the controlled mind. Having accepted strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing their possession, and others by performing severe austerities, by practicing the yoga of eightfold mysticism, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge. Still others, who are inclined to the process of breath restraint to remain in trance, practice by offering the movement of the outgoing breath into the incoming and the incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus lost remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Others, curtailing the eating process, offer the outgoing breath into itself as a sacrifice. All these performers who knows the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reaction, and having tasted the nectar result of sacrifices, they advance towards the supreme eternal atmosphere. O best of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice one can never live happily in this planet or in on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? All these different types of sacrifice are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. O chastiser of enemy, the sacrifice performed in knowledge is better than the sacrifice of material possession. After all, O son of Prita, all sacrifices of work culminate in transcendental knowledge. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you will never fall again in such illusion. For by knowledge you will see that all living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in other words, that they are mine. Even if you consider to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you're situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. As a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities. In this world, there's nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is a mature fruit of all mysticism. And one who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys this knowledge within himself in due course of time. A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge, and having achieved it, he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace. But ignorant and faithless person who doubts the revealed scripture does not attain God consciousness. They fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in the next. One who acts in devotional service, renouncing the fruits of his actions, and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factually in the self. Thus, he is not bound by the reactions of words or conqueror of riches. Therefore, the doubt which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight. Who's reading the next?
Vishnu Prabhu, you have to unmute. Haryasha Prabhu, can you unmute? So we can't hear you yet, Vishnu. Can you get a little closer, Prabhu?
Vishnu.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, better, Prabhu.
Arjuna said, "Oh Krishna, first of all, you asked me to renounce work, and then again you recommended work with devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" Personality of Godhead replied, "The renunciation of work and work in devotion are both good for liberation. But of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of work. One who neither hates nor desires the fruits of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated, O mighty armed Arjuna. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, karma yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself will to do one of these paths, achieves the results of both. One who knows that the position reached by engaging in devotional service of the Lord, wait a minute. One who knows that the position reached by the means of analytical study can also be obtained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study and devotional service to be on the same level, sees things as they are.
Said my humble soul, glories to Guru Maharaj and Prabhupada. How are you?
Someone might be unmuted here. I'm trying to find who that is, but if you could please mute your phone.
I said, yes, be honest. Oh, never mind. That's going to go away.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Merely renouncing all activities yet. I can't, somebody put something there. Merely renouncing all activities yet not engaging wait a minute. Merely renouncing all activities yet not engaging in devotional service of the Lord cannot make one happy. But a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve the supreme without delay. One who works in devotion, who is a pure soul and who controls his mind and senses, is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such man is never entangled. A person in the divine consciousness, although engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving about, sleeping and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all. Because while speaking, evacuating, receiving, or opening or closing his eyes, he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by the sinful actions, as a lotus leaf is untouched by water. The yogis, abandoning attachment, act with body, mind, and intelligence, and even with the senses, only for the purpose of purification. The steady, devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the results of his activities to me, whereas a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of his labor, becomes entangled. When the embodied living being controls his nature and mentally renounces all actions, he resides happily in the city of the 9 gates, the material body, neither working nor causing work to be done. The embodied spirit master of the city of his body does not create activities, nor does it induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is enacted by the modes of material nature. Nor does the Supreme Lord assume anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied beings, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. When, however, one is enlightened with the knowledge by which essence is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything, as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. When one's intelligence, mind, faith, and refuge are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings through complete knowledge and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, seized with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmin, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater outcast. Those whose minds are established in the sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahman, and thus they are already situated in Brahman. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is already situated in transcendence. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasures within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the supreme. An intelligent person does not take part in the sources of misery, which are due to contact with the material senses. O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of the material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and whose aim is inward, is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the supreme, and ultimately he attains the supreme. Those who are beyond the dualities that arise from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for the welfare of all living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the supreme. Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are short of liberation. Something blocking that. Supreme in every living is short of liberation in the supreme in the very near future. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and the vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence, the transcendentalist aiming at liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated.
This little thing needs to be moved. It keeps impeding the reading. The little black suitcase that's down there. Okay, you're above it.
A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities to the Supreme Lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries.
Chapter 6, Dhyana Yoga. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and whose work is as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs no duty. What is called renunciation you should know to be the same as yoga, or linking oneself with the Supreme, O son of Pandu, for one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. For one who is a neophyte in the eightfold yoga system, work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul, and his enemy as well. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. For one who has conquered the mind, the supersoul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. A person is said to be established in self-realization is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same. A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, and the neutral, the mediators, the envious, friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with an equal mind. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusa grass on the ground and then cover it with a deerskin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, activities, and fixing the mind on one point. One should hold one's body, neck, and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me within the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind, and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God or the abode of Krishna by cessation of material existence. There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi, O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much, or does not sleep enough. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. When the yogi, by practice of yoga, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga. As a lamp in a windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist, whose mind is controlled, remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendental self. In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by one's ability to see the self by the pure mind and to relish and rejoice in the self. In that joyous state, one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness, realized through transcendental senses. Established thus, one never departs from the truth, and upon gaining this, he thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken, even in the midst of greatest difficulty. This indeed is actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact. One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith, and not be deviated from the path. One should abandon without exception all material desires born of mental speculation and thus control all the senses on all sides by the mind. Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence sustained by full conviction, and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else. From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self. The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mode of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reactions to past deeds. Thus, the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental, loving service to the Lord. A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord, everywhere. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. Such a yogi who engages in the worshipful service of the Supersoul, knowing that I and the Supersoul are one, remains always in me in all circumstances. He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress, O Arjuna. Arjuna said, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unendurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady. The mind is restless, turbulent, obstinate, and very strong, O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the wind. Lord Sri Krishna said, O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to disturb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment. For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is difficult work. but he whose mind is controlled and who strives by appropriate means is assured of success. That is my opinion. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist who in the beginning takes to this process of self-realization with faith, but who later desists due to worldly mindedness and thus does not obtain perfection in mysticism? O mighty armed Krishna, does not such a man who is bewildered from the path of transcendence fall away from both spiritual and material success and perish like a riven cloud with no position in any sphere? This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. For you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt." The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Son of Partha, the transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil." The unsuccessful yogi, after many, many years of enjoyment on the planets of the pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy. Or, if unsuccessful after long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly such a birth is rare in this world. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Kuru. By virtue of the divine consciousness of this previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately achieving perfection after many, many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, and greater than the fruitive worker. Therefore, Arjuna, in all circumstances, be a yogi. And of all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself and renders transcendental loving service to me, he is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion.
Herbal, everyone. Just a note, Vrindavan Dashmi, when you were reading, Haryashva's video kept bouncing back and forth.
Thank you.
And I kept seeing him also. Chapter 7, Knowledge of the Absolute, from a real book. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Now hear, O son of Partha, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt. I shall now declare unto you in full this knowledge, both phenomenal and numinous. This being known, nothing further shall remain for you to know. Out of many thousands of men, one may endeavor for perfection. And for those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. All together, these 8 constitute my separated material energies. Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mine, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of the material inferior nature. All created beings have their source in these 2 natures. Of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world, know for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls strung upon a thread. O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon, the syllable Om in the Vedic script mantras. I am the sound in ether and the ability in man. I am the original fragrance of earth. I am the heat in the fire. I am the life of all that lives, and I am the penances of all aesthetics. O son of Partha, Know that I am the original seed of all existences, the intelligence of the intelligence, and the proudness of all powerful men. I am the strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am sex life, which is not contrary to religious principles, O son of Bartas, the Lord of the Bartas, Arjuna. Know that all states of being, be they goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am, in one sense, everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me. Deluded by these three modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am above the modes and inexhaustible. This divine energy of mine, consisting of the modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, who are lowest among mankind, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the aesthetic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me. O best of the Bartas, four kinds of pious men to render, O best of the Bartas, four kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me. The distressed, the desire of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the absolute. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best, for I am very dear to him, and he is very dear to me. All those devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls. But he who is situated in knowledge of me, I consider to be just like my own self. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he is sure to attain me, the highest and most perfect goal. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desire surrender unto the demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. I am in everyone's heart as a supersoul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady so that he can devote himself to that particular deity. Endowed by such faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtains his desires. But in actuality, these benefits are bestowed to me by me alone. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and their fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planets of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Unintelligent men who do not know me perfectly think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. I am never manifested the foolish and unintelligent. For them, I am conquered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me, no one knows. O scion of Partha, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities arisen from desire and hate. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahma because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the self? What are the fruit of activities? What is its material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me. Who is the Lord of sacrifice, and how does he live in the body, O Madhusudana? And how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible, transcendental, living entity is called Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Adhyatma, the self. Action pertaining to the development of the material bodies of the living entities is called karma, or fruit of activities. O best of embodied beings, the physical nature, which is constantly changing, is called Adibhuta, the material manifestation, the universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of the sun and the moon, is called Adideva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the super soul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adiyagna, the Lord of sacrifice. And whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me, alone at once, attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt. Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail. Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. He who meditates on me as a Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path, he, O Partha, is sure to reach me. One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as he who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, who is unconceivable, and who is always a person. He is luminous like the sun, and he is transcendental beyond this material nature. One who at the time of death fixes his life air between the eyebrows and by the strength of yoga with an undeviating mind engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Persons who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in renounced order enter into Brahman. Desiring such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation. The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of the senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the life air at the top of the head, one establishes himself in yoga. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, If one thinks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and quits his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O son of Pritha, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion.
Sorry.
Persons who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in renounced order enter into Brahman, desiring such perfection. One practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation. The yogic situation is that the detachment is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the life air at the top of the head, one establishes himself in yoga. After being situated in yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and quits his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O son of Pritha, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. From the highest planet is the material world down to the lowest, are all places of misery wherein rebirth, repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again. By human calculation, 1,000 ages take together to take together form the duration of Brahma's one day. And such also is the duration of his night. At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifest state, and thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifest again. Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all living entities come into being, and when the arrival of Brahma's night, they all helplessly annihilated. They are all helplessly annihilated. Yet there is another unmanifest nature which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and it is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is. That which Vedantists describe are unmanifest and infallible, infallible that which is known as the supreme destination, that place from which, having attained it, one never returns, that is my supreme abode. The supreme personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion.
Although he is present in his abode, he is all pervading and everything is situated within him. O best of the Bharatas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which passing away from this world the yogi does or does not come back. Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery god in the light at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months where the sun travels in the north. The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months where the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet but again comes back. According to the Vedic opinion, there are two ways of passing from this world, one in the light and one in dark. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in darkness, he returns. Although the devotees know these two paths, O Arjuna, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion. A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing sacrifices, undergoing austerities, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activities. Simply by performing devotional service, he attains all these, and at the end, he reaches the supreme eternal abode. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 9. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, because you are the never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the misery of material existence. This knowledge is the king of educations, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perceptions of the self by realizations. It is the perfections of religions. It is everlasting and it is joyful performed. Those who are not faithful in the devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore, they return to the path of birth and death in the material world. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I'm not in them. And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I'm in the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not a part of these cosmic manifestations. For myself is the very source of creations. Understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere, rest always in the sky. All created being rest in me. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, all material manifestations entered into my nature. And at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency, I create them again. The whole cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again. And under my will, it is inherited at the end. O Dhananjaya, all this work cannot bind me. I never detach from all these material activities, seated as the neutral. This material nature, which is one of my energy, is working under my direction, O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rule, this manifestation is created and inherited again and again. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the supreme Lord of all that is. Those who are those bewildered are attracted my demonic and atheistic view in that deleted conditions. Their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their cultures of knowledge are all defeated. O son of Prita, those who are not deluded, the great soul are under the protections of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service because they knew me as the supreme personality of Godhead, original and inadjustable, always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determinations, bowing down before me. This great soul perpetually worship me with devotion. Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivations of the knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as the one without a second, as diverse in many, and it is the universal form. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering, the ancestor, the healing herbs, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire and the offering. I am the father of the universe, the mother, the support, and the grantor. I am the object of the knowledge, the purifier, and the syllable Om. I am also the Rig, the Sama, and the Yajur Vedas. I am the goal of sustainer, the master of the weakness, the above, the refuse, and most dear friends. I am the creations and inhalations, the basis of everything, the resting place in the eternal city. O Arjuna, I gave heed and I withhold and sit forth the rain. I am immortality, and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me. Those who study the Vedas and drink the Sama juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly, purified of sinful reactions. They take birth on the pious heavenly planets of King Indra, there where they enjoyed godly delights. When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasures and the result of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to the mortal planets again. Thus, those who seek sense enjoyment by adhering to the principle of the three Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotions, meditations on the transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Those who are devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in the wrong way. I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifice. Therefore, those who do not recognize my truth and transcendental nature, fall down. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors go to the ancestor. Those who worship ghost and spirit will take birth among such beings, and those who worship me will live with me. If one offer me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, a water, I will accept it. Whatever, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. In this way, you will be freed from bondage to work and its auspicious and inauspicious result. With your mind fixed onto me in the principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all. But whoever renders service unto me in devotional in the friends is in me, and I am also a friend to him. Even if one commits the most abdominal actions, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is the properly situated in his determinations. He quickly become righteous and attained lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare the boldly that my devotee never perishes. O son of Pritha, those who take shelter in me, all those they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, merchants, and Sudras worker, can attain the supreme destination. How much more this is so for the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees, and the saintly kings. Therefore, having come to this temporary, miserable world, engage in love, service unto me. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotees. Offer obeisances to me and worship me, being completely absorbed in me. Sure, you will come to me. Hare Krishna.
Chapter 10, The Opulence of the Absolute. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Listen again, O mighty armed Arjuna, because you are my dear friend. For your benefit, I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences, for in every respect, I am the source of the demigods and sages. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only, undeluded among men, is freed from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, nonviolence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 other great sages, and the Manus, progenitors of mankind, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from them. One who is factually convinced of this opulence and mystic power of mine engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Arjuna said, "You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest. All the great sages, such as Narada, Ashita, Devala, and Vyasa, confirm this truth about you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own internal potency, O Supreme Personal, origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Please tell me in detail of your divine opulences by which you pervade all these worlds. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you and how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered, O Supreme Personality of Godhead? O Janardhana, again, please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you, for the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. I am the Super Soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of lights, I am the radiant sun. Of the Maruts, I am Marichi. And among the stars, I am the moon. Of the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra, the king of heaven. Of the senses, I am the mind. And in living beings, I am the living force, consciousness. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of wealth, Kuvera. And of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni. And of mountains, I am Meru. Of priests, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief, Brihaspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya. And of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names, Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Of all trees, I am the banyan tree. And of the sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitraratha. And among perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Of horses, know me to be Uchchaishrava, produced during the churning of the ocean for nectar. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavata, and among men, I am the monarch. Of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am the Surabhi. Of causes for procreation, I am Kandarpa, the god of love, and of serpents, I am Vasuki. Of the many-hooded Nagas, I am Ananta, and among the aquatics, I am the demigod Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Ariyama, and among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, the lord of death. Among the Daitya demons, I am the devoted Prahalad. Among subduers, I am Time. Among beasts, I am the lion, and among birds, I am Garuda. Of purifiers, I am the wind. Of the wielders of weapon, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark. And of flowing rivers, I am the Ganges. Of all creations, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle, O Arjuna. Of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Of letters, I am the letter A, and among compound words, I am the dual compound, and I am also inexhaustible time, and of creators, I am Brahma. I am all-devouring death, and I am the generating principle of all that is yet to be. Among women, I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. Of the hymns in the Samaveda, I am the Brihat Sama, and of poetry, I am the Gayatri. Of months, I am Margashirsha, November, December, and of seasons, I am flower-bearing spring. I am also the gambling of cheats, and of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong. Of the descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among great thinkers, I am Ushana. Among all means of suppressing lawlessness, I am punishment, and of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silence, and of the wise, I am wisdom. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. Know that all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. For what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe.
Mataji, can you unmute, please?
Hare Krishna, chapter 11, the universal form. Arjuna said, by my hearing the instructions ye have kindly given me about these most confidential spiritual subjects, my illusion has now been dispelled. O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in detail about the appearance and disappearance of everything, ever living entity, and have realized your inexhaustible glories. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in your actual position, as you have described yourself, I wish to see how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation. I want to see that form of yours. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic powers, then kindly show me that unlimited universal self. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, O son of Prita, see now my opulence, hundreds of thousands of varied, divine and multicolored forms. O best of Bharatas, see here the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Ashwini Kumaras, and all the other demigods. Behold the many wonderful things which no one has ever seen or heard of before. O Arjuna, whatever you wish to see, behold at once in this body of mine. This universal form can show you whatever you know, desire to see, and whatever you may want to see in the future. Everything moving and non-moving is there completely in one place. But you cannot see me with your present eyes. Therefore, I give you divine eyes. Behold my mystic opulence. Sanjaya said, O king, having spoken thus, the supreme Lord of all mystic power, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjuna. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine upraised weapons. He wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared over his body. All was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. If thousands of suns were to rise at once into the sky, their radiance might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form. At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansions of the universe situated in one place, although divided into many, many thousands. Then bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisances and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna said, "My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled in your bodily all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and all the sages and divine serpents. O Lord of the universe, O universal form, I see in your body many, many arms, bellies, mouths, and eyes expanded everywhere without limit. I see in you no end, no middle, and no beginning. Your form is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence spreading on all sides like blazing fire or the immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see this glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs, and discs. You are the supreme primeval objective. You are the ultimate resting place of all this, all this universe. You are inexhaustible, and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of the eternal religion, the personality of Godhead. This is my opinion. You are without origin, middle, or end. Your glory is unlimited. You have numberless arms, and the sun and moon are your eyes. I see you with blazing fire coming forth from your mouth, burning this entire universe by your own radiance. Although you are one, you spread throughout the sky and the planets and all space between. O great one, seeing this wondrous and terrible form, all the planetary systems are perturbed. All the hosts of demigods and surrendering before you and entering into you, some of them very much afraid, are offering prayers with folded hands. Hosts and great sages and perfect beings, crying all peace, are praying to you by singing the Vedic hymns. All the various manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Sadhyas, the Vaisvedavas, the two Ashvis, and the Marutis, the forefathers, the grand Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Asuras, and the perfect demigods are beholding you in wonder. O mighty armed one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed at seeing your great form, with its many faces, eyes, arms, thighs, legs, and bellies, and your many terrible teeth. And as they are disturbed, so am I. All pervading Vishnu, seeing you with your many radiant colors touching the sky, your gaping mouths, and your great glowing eyes, my mind is perturbed by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of mind. O Lord of Lords, O refuge of the worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance seeing thus your blazing, death-like faces and awful teeth in all directions I am bewildered. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings, and Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and our chief soldiers also, are rushing into your fearful mouths, and some I see trapped with heads smashed between your teeth. As the many waves of the rivers flow into the ocean, so do all these great warriors enter blazing into your mouths. I see all people rushing full speed into your mouths as, as moths dash to destruction in a blazing fire. O Vishnu, I see you devouring all people from all sides with, with your foaming mouths, covering all the universe with your effulgence. You are manifest with terrible scorching rays. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please be gracious to me. You are the primal Lord. I want to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Time I am, the great destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all people, with the exception of the Pandavas. All the soldiers here on both sides will be slain. Therefore, get up, prepare to fight and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Sabyasachi, can be but an instrument in the fight. Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna, and the other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight and you will vanish your enemies in battle. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing these words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjuna offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in a faltering voice as follows. Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfect beings offer you their respectable homage, the demigods are afraid, and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. O great one, greater even than Brahma, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisance unto you? O limitless one, God of gods, refuge of the universe, you are the invincible source, the cause of all causes, transcendental to this material manifestation. You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest, the ultimate sanctuary of this manifested cosmic world. You are the knower of everything, and you are all this knowable. You are the supreme refugee above the material modes. O limitless forms, this whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. You are air and you are the supreme controller. You are fire, you are water, and you are the moon. You are Brahma, the first living creator, and you are the great grandfather. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you 1,000 times and again. Obeisances to you from the front, from behind, and from all sides. O unbounded power, you are the master of limitless might. You are all pervading, and thus you are everything. Thinking of you as my friend, I have rashly addressed you, O Krishna, O Yadava, O my friend, not knowing your glories, please forgive whatever I may have done in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times, jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone and sometimes in front of many friends. O infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation of the moving and the non-moving. You are its worshipable chief, the supreme spiritual master. No one is greater than you, nor can anyone be one with you. How could there be anyone greater than you within the three worlds? O Lord of immeasurable power, you are the supreme Lord to be worshipped by every living being. Thus I fall down to offer my respectable obeisances and ask your mercy. As a father tolerates the impudence of his son, a friend, the impotence of a friend, of a husband, the familiarity of his wife. Please tolerate the wrongs I may have done you. After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am gladdened, but at the same time, my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your forms as the personality of Godhead, O Lord of Lords, O abode of the universe. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, happily have I shown you by my internal potency, this supreme universal form within the material world. No one before you has ever seen this primal form, unlimited and full of glaring effulgence. O best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine. For neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by pious activities, nor by severe penance can be seen in this form in the material world. You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished, my dear. Be free again from all disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, having spoken thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form and at last showed his two-armed form, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardhana, seeing this human-like form, so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind and I am restored to my original nature. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are never seeking the opportunity to see this form, which is so dear. The form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, not by undergoing serious penance, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. My dear Arjuna, only my undivided devotional service can I be understood as I am standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysterious of my understanding. My dear Arjuna, he who engages in my pure devotional service, free from the contaminations of fruitive activities, mental speculations, he who works for me, who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly, is everything living being, he certainly comes to me. Hare Krishna.
Chapter 12, Devotional Service. Arjuna inquired, which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, those who fix their mind on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perfection of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieves me. For those whose mind are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the supreme advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engage in devotional service, and always meditating upon me, having fixed their mind upon me, O son of Pritha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me, thus you will live in me always without a doubt. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principle of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. If you cannot practice the regulation of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. If, however, you are unable to work in this consciousness of me, then try to act giving up all results of your work and try to be self-situated. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of action. For by such renunciation, one can attain peace of mind. One who is not envious, but a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed on me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. He for whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not disturbed by anyone, whose equipoise in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety is very dear to me. My devotee, who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some result, is very dear to me. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things, such a devotee is very dear to me. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from the contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with anything, who does not care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge and who is engaged in devotional service. Such a person is very dear to me. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal of very, very dear to me. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 13. Nature, the enjoyer, and consciousness. Arjun said, "Oh my dear Krishna, I wish to know about Prakriti, nature, Purusha, the enjoyer, and the field, and the knower of the field, and of knowledge, and the object of knowledge." The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "This body, O son of Kunti, is called the field, and one who knows this body is called the knower of the field. O sign of Bharat, you should understand that I'm also the knower in all bodies, and to understand this body and its knower is called knowledge. That is my opinion. Now please hear my brief description of this field of activity and how it is constituted, what its changes are, whence it is produced, who that knower of the field of activities is, and, and what his influences are. That knowledge of the field of activities and of the knower of activities is described by various sages in various Vedic writings. It is especially presented in Vedanta Sutra with all reasoning as to cause and effect. The five great elements, false ego, intelligence, the unmanifested, the 10 senses, and the mind, the five sense objects, desire, hatred, happiness, distress, the aggregate, the life symptoms, and convictions, all these are considered in summary to be the field of activities and its interactions. Humility, pridelessness, nonviolence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, renunciation of the objects of sense gratification, absence of false ego, the perception of the evil of birth, death, old age, and disease, detachment, freedom from entanglement with children, wife, home, and the rest, even-mindedness amid pleasant and unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion to me, aspiring to live in a solitary place, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization and philosophical search for the absolute truth. All these I declare to be knowledge. And besides this, whatever they may be, is ignorance. I shall now explain the knowable, knowing which you will taste the eternal Brahman, the spirit, beginningless and subordinate to me, lies beyond cause and effect of this material world. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes, heads, and faces, and he has ears everywhere. In this way, the Supersoul exists, pervading everything. The Supersoul is the original source of all senses, yet he is without senses. He is unattached, although he is the maintainer of all living beings. He transcends the modes of nature, and at the same time, he is the master of all the modes of material nature. The supreme truth exists outside and inside of all living beings, the moving and the non-moving. Because he is subtle, he is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far, far away, he's also near to all. Although the Supersoul appears to be divided among all beings, he is never divided. He is situated as one. Although he is the maintainer of every living entity, it is to be understood that he devours and develops all. He is the source of light in all luminous objects. He is beyond the darkness of matter and is unmanifested. He is knowledge, he is the object of knowledge, and he is the goal of knowledge. He is situated in everyone's heart. Thus, the field of activity is the body, knowledge, and the knowable have been summarily described by me. Only my devotees can understand this thoroughly and thus attain to my nature. Material nature and the living entities should be understood to be beginningless. The transformations and the modes of matter are products of material nature. Nature is said to be the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. The living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus, he meets with good and evil among various species. Yet in this body there is another, a transcendental enjoyer who is the Lord, the supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer and permitter, and who is known as the supersoul. One who understands this philosophy concerning material nature, the living entity, and the interaction of the modes of nature is sure to attain liberation. He will not take birth here again, regardless of his present position. Some perceive the supersoul within themselves through meditation, others through the cultivation of knowledge, and still others through working without fruitive desires. Again, there are those who, although not conversant in spiritual knowledge, begin to worship the Supreme Person upon hearing about him from others. Because of their tendency to hear from authorities, they also transcend the path of birth and death. O chief of the Bharatas, know that whatever you see in existence, both the moving and the non-moving, is only a combination of the field of activities and the knower of the field. One who sees the supersoul accompanying the individual soul in all bodies, and who understands that neither the soul nor the supersoul within the destructible body is ever destroyed, actually sees. One who sees the supersoul equally present everywhere, in every living being, does not degrade himself by his mind. Thus, he approaches the transcendental destination. One who can see that all activities are performed by the body, which is created of material nature, and sees that the self does nothing, actually sees. When a sensible man ceases to see different identities due to different material bodies, and he sees how beings are expanded everywhere, he attains to the Brahman conception. Those with the vision of eternity can see that the imperishable soul is transcendental, eternal, and beyond the modes of nature. Despite contact with the material body, O Arjuna, the soul neither does anything nor is entangled. The sky, due to its subtle nature, does not mix with anything, although it is all-pervading. Similarly, the soul situated in Brahman vision does not mix with the body, though situated in that body. O son of Bharat, as the sun alone illuminates all these universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminate the entire body by consciousness. Those who see with eyes of knowledge the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and can also understand the process of liberation from the bondage in material nature, attain to the supreme goal. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. The Three Modes of Material Nature, Chapter 14. Blessed Lord said, again, I shall declare to you the supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all sages have attained to supreme perfection. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, you can attain to the transcendental nature, which is like my own nature. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation, nor disturbed at the time of dissolution. The total material substance, called Brahman, is the source of birth, and it is that Brahman that I impregnate, making possible the births of all living beings, O son of Bharta. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father. Material nature consists of the three modes, goodness, passion, and ignorance. When the living entity comes in contact with nature, he becomes conditioned by these modes. O sinless one, the mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated that mode develop knowledge. but they become conditioned by the concept of happiness. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti, and because of this, one is bound to material fruitive activities. O son of Bharta, the mode of ignorance causes the delusion of all living entities. The result of this mode is madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. The mode of goodness conditions one to happiness, passion, and conditions him to the fruits of action, and ignorance to madness. Sometimes the mode of passion becomes prominent, defeating the mode of goodness, O son of Bharta. And sometimes the mode of goodness defeats passion, and at other times the mode of ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. The manifestations of the mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge. O chief of the Bhartas, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, the symptoms of great attachment, uncontrollable desire, hankering, and intense endeavor develop. O son of Kuru, when there is an increase in the mode of ignorance, madness, illusion, inertia, and darkness are manifested. When one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains the pure higher planets. When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among the engaged in fruitive activities. And when he dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom. By acting in the mode of goodness, one becomes purified. Works done in the mode of passion result in distress, and actions performed in the mode of ignorance result in foolishness. From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, grief develops. And from the mode of ignorance, foolishness, madness, and illusion develops. Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planets. And those in the mode of ignorance go down to the hellish worlds. When you see that there is nothing beyond these modes of nature in all activities, and that the Supreme Lord is transcendental to all these modes, then you can know my spiritual nature. When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes, he can become free from birth, death, old age, and their distresses, and can enjoy nectar even in this life. Arjuna inquired, "O my dear Lord, what symptoms is one known is transcendental to those modes? What is his behavior? How does he transcend the modes of nature?" The Blessed Lord said, "He who does not hate illumination, attachment, and delusion when they are present, nor longs for them when they disappear, who is seated like one unconcerned, being situated beyond these material reactions of the modes of nature, who remains firm, knowing that the modes alone are active, who regards alike pleasure, pain, and looks on a cloud, a stone, a piece of gold with an eternal eye, who is wise and holds praise and blame to be the same, who is unchanged in honor and dishonor, who treats friend and foe alike, who has abandoned all fruitive undertakings. Such a man is said to have transcended the modes of nature. One who engages in full devotional service, who does not fall down in any circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature, and thus comes to the level of Brahman. And I am the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is the constitutional position of unlimited happiness, and which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal.
Chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "It is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. The branches of this tree extend downward and upward, nourished by the three modes of material nature. The twigs are the objects of the senses. This tree also has roots going down, and these are bound to the fruitive actions of human society. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Thereafter, one must seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns, and there surrender to that Supreme Personality of Godhead, from whom everything began and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion, and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with material lust, who are freed from the dualities of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attain to that eternal kingdom. That supreme abode of mine is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard with the six senses, which include the mind. The living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another, as the air carries aromas. Thus he takes one kind of body and again quits it to take another. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of material nature. But one whose eyes are trained in the knowledge can see all this. The endeavoring transcendentalists, who are situated in self-realization, can see all this clearly. But those whose minds are not developed and who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, though they may try. The splendor of the sun, which dissipates the darkness of this whole world, comes from me, and the splendor of the moon and the splendor of fire are also from me. I enter into each planet in my energy, and by my energy, they stay in orbit. I become the moon and thereby supply the juice of life to all vegetables. I am the fire of digestion in the bodies of all living entities, and I join with the air of life, outgoing and incoming, to digest the four kinds of foodstuffs. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. There are two classes of beings, the fallible and the infallible. In the material world, every living entity is fallible, and in the spiritual world, every living entity is called infallible. Besides these two, there is the greatest living personality, the Supreme Soul, the imperishable Lord himself, who has entered the three worlds and is maintaining them. Because I am transcendental beyond both the fallible and the infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as that Supreme Person. Whoever knows me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me, O son of Bharata. This is the most confidential part of the Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, and his endeavors will know perfection.
Chapter 16, the divine and demonic natures. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifice, study of the Vedas, austerity, simplicity, nonviolence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharat, belong to godly men endowed with divine nature. Pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, and ignorance, these qualities belong to those of demonic natures, O son of Pritha. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demonic qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with the divine qualities. O son of Pritha, in this world there are two kinds of created beings. One is called divine and the other demoniac. I have already explained to you at length the divine qualities. Now hear from me of the demonic. Those who are demoniac do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanliness nor proper behavior nor truth is found in them. They say this world is unreal, with no foundation, no God in control. They say it is produced of sex desire and has no cause other than lust. Following such conclusions, the demoniac, who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence, engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world. Taking shelter of insatiable lust and absorbed in the conceit of pride and false prestige, the demoniac, thus illusioned, are always sworn to unclean work, attracted by the impermanent. They believe that to gratify the senses is the prime necessity of human civilization. Thus, until the end of their life, their anxiety is immeasurable. Bound by a network of hundreds of thousands of desires and absorbed in lust and anger, they secure money by illegal means for sense gratification. The demonic person thinks, so much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him, and my other enemies will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices. I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance. Thus, perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions, they become too strongly attached to sense enjoyment and fall down into hell. Self-complacent and always impudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes proudly perform sacrifices in name only, without following any rules or regulations. Bewildered by false ego, strength, pride, lust, and anger, the demons become envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in their own bodies and in the bodies of others, and blaspheme against the real religion. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among men, I perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demonic species of life. Attaining repeated birth against the species of demonic life, O son of Kunti, such persons can never approach me. Gradually, they sink down to the most abominable type of existence. There are three gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. The man who has escaped these three gates of hell, O son of Kunti, performs acts conducive to self-realization, and thus gradually attains the supreme destination. He who discards scriptural injunctions and acts according to his own whims attains neither perfection nor happiness nor the supreme destination. One should therefore understand what is duty, what is not duty, by the regulations of the scriptures. Knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated.
Chapter 17, the divisions of faith. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the situation of one who does not follow the principles of scriptures, but worships according to his own imagination? Is he in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance?
The Supreme Lord said, according to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of three kinds: goodness, passion, or ignorance. Now hear about these.
According to one's existence, under the various modes of nature, one evolves a particular kind of faith. The living being is said to be of a particular faith according to the modes of he has acquired.
Men in the mode of goodness worship the demigods. Those in the modes of passion worship the demons. And those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits.
Those who undergo severe austerities and penances, not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride, egoism, lust, and attachment, who are impelled by passion, and who torture their bodily organs as well as a super soul dwelling within, are to be known as demons.
Even food of which all partake is of three kinds, according to the three modes of material nature. The same is true of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Listen, and I shall tell you of the distinctions of these.
Foods in the mode of goodness increase the duration of life, purify one's existence, and give strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction. Such nourishing foods are sweet, juicy, fattening, and palatable. Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, pungent, dry, and hot are liked by people in the modes of passion. Such foods cause pain, distress, and disease. Food cooked more than 3 hours before being eaten, which is tasteless, stale, putrid, decomposed, and unclean, is food liked by people in the mode of ignorance.
Of sacrifices, that sacrifice performed according to duty and to scriptural rules, and with no expectation of reward, is of the nature of goodness.
But that sacrifice performed for some material end or benefit, or performed ostentatiously out of pride, is of the nature of passion, O chief of the Bharatas.
And that sacrifice performed in defiance of scriptural injunctions, in which no spiritual food is distributed, no hymns are chanted, and no remunerations are made to the priest, and which is faithless, that sacrifice is of the nature of ignorance.
The austerity of the body consists of this: worship of the Supreme Lord, the Brahmanas, the spiritual master, and superiors like the father and mother. Cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and nonviolence are also austerities of the body.
Austerity of speech consists in speaking truthfully and beneficially, and in avoiding speech that offends. One should also recite the Vedas regularly.
And serenity, simplicity, gravity, self-control, and purity of thought are the austerities of the mind.
This threefold austerity practiced by men whose aim is not to benefit themselves materially, but to please the Supreme, is of the nature of goodness.
Those ostentatious penances and austerities which are performed in order to gain respect, honor, and reverence are said to be in the modes of passion. They are neither stable nor permanent.
And those penances and austerities which are performed foolishly by means of obstinate self-torture or to destroy or injure others are said to be in the mode of ignorance.
That gift which is given out of duty at the proper time and place to a worthy person and without expectation of return is considered to be charity in the mode of goodness.
But charity performed with the expectation of some return or with a desire for fruitive results or in a grudging mood is said to be charity in the mode of passion.
And charity performed at an improper place and time and given to unworthy persons without respect and with contempt is charity in the mode of ignorance.
From the beginning of creation, the three syllables Om Tat Sat have been used to indicate the supreme absolute truth, Brahman. They were uttered by Brahmanas while chanting Vedic hymns and during sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme.
Thus, the transcendentalist undertakes sacrifices, charities, and penances, beginning always with Om to attain the Supreme.
One should perform sacrifice, penance, and charity with the word Tat. The purpose of such transcendental activities is to get free from the material entanglement.
The absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, and it is indicated by the word Sat. These works of sacrifice, of penance, and of charity, true to the absolute nature, are performed to please the Supreme Person, O son of Pritha.
But sacrifices, austerities, and charities performed without faith in the Supreme are non-permanent, O son of Pritha, regardless of whatever rites are performed. They are called asat and are useless both in this life and in the next.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Devotees, please accept my humble obeisances and my obeisances to the lotus feet of my spiritual master. Chapter 18, Conclusion, the perfection of renunciation. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, tyaga, and of the renounced order of life, sannyas, O killer of the Keshi demon, master of the senses. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what great learned men call the renounced order of life. And giving up the results of all activities is what the wise call renunciation. Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty. Yet other sages maintain that acts of charity, sacrifice, and penance should never be abandoned. O best of the Bharatas, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among men, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of three kinds. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be given up. They must be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity, and penance purify even the great souls. All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty, O son of Pritha. That is my final opinion. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If one gives up his prescribed duties because of illusion, Such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. O Arjuna, when one performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounces all material association and all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is said to be in the mode of goodness. The intelligent renouncer situated in the mode of goodness, neither hateful of inauspicious work nor attached to auspicious work, has no doubts about work. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities, but he who renounces the fruits of action is called one who has truly renounced. For one who has not renounced the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, accrue after death, but those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy. Almighty armed Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for the accomplishment of all action. Now learn of these from me. The place of action, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the supersoul. These are the 5 factors of action. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is caused by these 5 factors. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower are the 3 factors that motivate action. The senses, the work, and the doer are the 3 constituents of action. According to the 3 different modes of material nature, there are 3 kinds of knowledge: action and the performer of action. Now hear of them from me. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand to be in the mode of goodness. That knowledge by which one sees in every different body there is a different type of living entity, you should understand to be in the mode of passion. And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. That action which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, and without desire for fruitive results is said to be in the mode of goodness. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and enacted from a sense of false ego is called action in the mode of passion. That action performed in illusion, in disregard of the scriptural injunctions, and without concern for future bondage or for violence or distress caused to others is said to be in the mode of ignorance. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, with great determination and enthusiasm, and without wavering in success or failure, is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. The worker who is attached to work and the fruits of work, desiring to enjoy those fruits, and who is greedy, always envious, impure, and motivated by joy and sorrow, is said to be in the mode of passion. The worker who is always engaged in work against the injunctions of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, and who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating, is said to be in the worker in the mode of ignorance. O winner of wealth, now please listen. as I tell you in detail of the different kinds of understanding and determination according to the three modes of material nature. O son of Prita, that understanding by which one knows what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, which is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, is in the mode of goodness. O son of Prita, that understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action that should be done and action that should not be done, is in the mode of passion. That understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives always in the wrong direction, O Partha, is in the mode of ignorance. O son of Prita, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice, and which thus controls the activities of the mind, life, and senses, is determination in the mode of goodness. But that determination by which one holds fast to fruitive results in religion, economic development, and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna. And that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion, such unintelligent determination, O son of Prita, is in the mode of darkness. O best of the Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness by which the conditioned soul enjoys and by which he sometimes comes to the end of all distress. That which in the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one to self-realization, is said to be happiness in the mode of goodness. That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects, and which appears like nectar at first, but poison at the end, is said to be in the nature of passion. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be that of the nature of ignorance. There is no being existing, either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems, which is freed from these three modes born of material nature. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own natures in accordance with the material modes, O chastiser of the enemy. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness. These are the natural qualities by which the Brahmanas work. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity, and leadership are the natural qualities of work by the Kshatriyas. Farming, cow protection, and business are the natural work for the Vaishyas, and for the Shudras there is labor and service to others. By following his quality of work, every man can become perfect. Now, please hear from me how this can be done. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Every endeavor is covered by some fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work born of his nature, O son of Kunti, even if such work is full of fault. One who is self-centered, self-controlled and unattached, and who disregards all material enjoyments, can obtain by practice of renunciation the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction. Hare Krishna.
Krishna continues to speak to Arjuna. O son of Kunti, learn from me how one who has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfectional stage, Brahman, the stage of highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred. One who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind, and power of speech, who is always in trance, and who is detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship, and peaceful. Such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He neither laments nor desires to have anything. He is equally disposed towards every living entity. In that state, he attains pure devotional service unto me. One can understand me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. And all activities just depend upon me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness, but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction, but compelled by the work born of your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. O sign of Bart, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace, you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Thus I have explained to you knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully, and then do what you wish to do. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you, my supreme instruction, the most confidential part of all. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this, because you are my very dear friend. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender to me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. For one who explains this supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end, he will come back to me. For one who explains this supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, I said, and at the end, he'll come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation of ours worships me by his intelligence. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to the auspicious planets where the pious dwell. O son of Brita, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind? Are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled? Arjuna said, my dear Krishna, all infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now firm and free from doubt and am prepared to act according to your instructions. Sanjaya said, thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna, and so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end. By the mercy of Vyasa, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who is speaking personally to Arjuna. O king, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure being thrilled at every moment. O king, as I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I'm struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion. I told you, it's the greatest song that's ever been sung. It's just too sweet. I thank each and every one of you. This is just the beginning. This conversation has been laced with so many benedictions. And if you really want to take advantage of the benediction, you can show up sometime in the day. There's a reading of just the Sanskrit, and then later this evening, Vishnu Gadad Prabhu will have another reading of the Bhagavad Gita and the drama first before that. Okay, Mother, where are you?
Hare Krishna Prabhu, here I am. Very lovely. Thank you so much.
I don't have to say something. It's so moving. Can we offer, you can bring the devotees back up. Can we see them?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, Prabhu.
Thank you very much.
Prabhu. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Ari.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nice to see
Gita
everyone.
Jayanti ki jai.
Happy
Wonderful.
Jayanti. Hare
I'm trying to
Krishna.
thank each and every one of you. I'm so moved. Prabhu, I was so moved hearing you.
We need guidance
I'm moved by your reading.
We have to get together and do this again.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Devotees are
Maybe
wonderful.
3-4 times a year.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
Thank
all
you
for it.
so very much.
I'm all for it.
Thank you very much.
Happy New Year. Hare Krishna. Hare
Krishna.
Hey, I don't know.
The
Mother,
sweetness of
Yes.
Bhagavad Gita.
I don't know how to give them a darshan. Can I?
Oh, just turn your screen, Prabhu.
Turn your screen.
My screen isn't.
Just lift your laptop and show us the deities.
Whatever is capturing your face on camera can also capture their lordship.
Let me see if I'll spotlight you. There we go.
There we go.
You see them properly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jai.
No down.
It's beautiful. They look so Christmassy.
Happy holiday.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Hari, bring them a little closer.
They look amazing.
They're my masters.
They look beautiful.
Jai
So
Shri
radiant.
Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivas Gaur
Gaur
Bhakta
Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu, for good darshan.
They look very beautiful, Hari. They look very beautiful.
You gotta always thank.
Very festive for
I
Christmas.
thank Mother
Very
Sita
nice.
for bringing me the laptop, and I thank Mother for always taking care of me. Ed's wife is always helping me.
It's my pleasure to serve you, Prabhu, always.
Devotional service, Prabhu.
Thank you. Thank you. Glory to Prabhupada.
All glories to Prabhupada.
Do anyone know what time? Do you know what time the next readings are in case anyone
Is
wants
at
to catch
1:30. It's Sanskrit is 1:30.
So if you're
Sanskrit
reading,
2:30?
yes, if
And what
you're
time did-
reading Sanskrit, it's at 1:30, but we're doing a dry run at 1 o'clock. So whoever is reading, they know to, if they have any confusion, we do a dry run, and then at 1:30 we start Sanskrit. And then the English reading is at 5:30.
The other English one.
What time is the drama? It comes before the reading, right?
It's a dramatic reading. It's not a drama. It's a dramatic reading.
I see. I see.
It starts at 5:30. Yes.
I see. That's very nice. Yeah, that's great. That
Thank
sounds
you.
wonderful.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
All
Krishna.
right. Hare Krishna.
Krishna.
All glories to assembled devotees. Jai.
Jai.
Jayanti ki
Hare
jai.
Krishna. Nobody wants to leave.
Oh, so you noticed, huh? Yeah.
Nobody wants to leave.
It's tough to give up the association.
Nobody wants to
The
leave. Yeah.
association is very sweet. That's
Yes,
So
nobody wants to go.
fine reading, reciting the song of God.
Yeah, it's very
This,
inspiring.
so this is like the movies, but unlike the movies, you can stay in the movie theater. Because, but there's another show coming up in 45 minutes. There'll be another show, so you can stay for the other show and keep your front row seat.
Yeah, you see everybody so beautiful.
Control seat.
Well, thank you, everyone. Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Have a good holiday season.
again.
Haribol.
So
Haribol.
we will reassemble again by 1 o'clock or 1:30. 1 o'clock, right?
For the readers, she was saying to come back at 1 o'clock, just so make sure everybody's on and has their cues. But then the reading actually begins at 1:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we can stay on. Means it's less than even 15 minutes. 10 minutes after 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can stay on. Walk away, chant japa. Walk away, do a couple things. However you want to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna, Ram
Hare
Sham.
Krishna, Mataji, Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam, all Guru Krishna Prabhupada Maharaj ki jai.
So I'm going to share the screen. I just want to, you guys can tell me if I have to make it bigger or is it big enough?
Well, that's good.
That's
For me.
good? Okay.
Yeah, this is good, Mataji.
Okay, so I can just scroll up and down and then just trying to do a dry and then
What happens if you forget to scroll?
I hope I don't.
Okay.
I will pay attention. Yeah, so then I was just trying to see if the next chapter just comes up like that. And then again, it just, but then, I have to, every time I have to do this, that's not fun. Okay, because see how it was, now it's
English now.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that. And no, where's text? So every time I have to do that. Okay, that's something new. I have to figure this
Hare
out.
Krishna Sita, Vrindavaneshwari didn't have to do it. She was going chapter to chapter.
Yeah, but with English, it's default view, so
I
you can
see.
just go do it. But with Sanskrit, oh, it did it this time. Okay, maybe it will save it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's supposed to go, Mataji. I was
Yeah,
doing.
so let's see. Second time it didn't go. Let's see. Oh, it didn't. Oh, it stays. It stays. Okay, so it's first time maybe by fluke. Anyway, if it does, I know how to fix it. You just have to do verse text and advanced view, and it should be there. So, okay, so the way we are going to do is everybody knows who is first and who is second and who is third. All I'm going to do is I'm going to place the camera on that person and, you know, they will know they have to read.
Dharmakshetre Kurukshetra Samaveta Yutsava Mamaka.
I can try to make this. Okay, so if I make this settings, make the font bigger. Doesn't hurt. Okay. Okay, Prabhuji, sorry. You can start and you can see how it goes.
Want me to chant this?
I mean, if you want to try a few and then see if I'm scrolling it slow, fast, you know.
Dhritarashtra Uvacha Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yuyutsava Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kim Akurvata Sanjaya Sanjaya Uvacha Drishtva tu Pandavanikam Vyudham Duryodhanastada Acharyam Upasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravit Pashyaitam Panduputranam Acharya Mahating Chamum Vyudham Drupata Putrena Tava Shishyena Dhimata Atra Shura Maheshvasa Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yuyudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharata Drishtaketuschekitana Kashirajashcha Viryavan Purujit Kuntibhojascha Shaibhyascha Narapungava Yudhamanyuscha Vikranta Uttamajascha Viryavan. See, there.
Saubhadro Draupadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharata Asmakam tu Vishishtaye Tani Bodha Dvijottama Nayaka Mama Shainyasya Sandhyartam Tan Bravimite Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitim Jaya Ashvatama Vikarnascha Saumadattistataiva cha Tachan Anye cha Bahava Shura Madarte Tyaktva Jivita Nana Shastra Baharana Sarve Yudha Visharada Aparyaptan Tadasmakam Balam Bhishma Bhirakshitam Paryaptam Tvidame Tesham Balam Bhima Bhirakshitam. So how long do you want to go?
No, so that's good. So then, and then when it goes then Ram Prabhu, you're gonna just start. I'm not gonna say the name. You're just gonna go for it.
Oh, Ram Sham is chapter 2?
First portion of it.
Okay. And then?
No, first portion is Sukanya. No, it's first portion is Sukanya Revati. Second portion is Ram Sham Prabhu.
Oh, Ram Sham. Okay, good. Ram Sham Prabhu.
Yeah.
Then Mukunda, where's Mukunda?
He is
Mukund is here,
18th.
Okay.
Him and Kanchan are doing the first part of 18th.
Oh, that's a nice part. That's very good.
Yeah. So I was just trying to see if I can send that schedule to me.
Will we start with Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya?
Prabhuji, you start the way you want to start because you can give a little talk and then
No, I'm not giving a
or
little
just or whatever we explain what we're reading today on Gita Jayanti, however you want to do it, and then we can go from there.
Oh, who's that?
That's Mukunda.
Oh, that's Mukunda.
Hare Krishna Mukunda. I can't
Okay.
wait to hear you chant.
Let's hear a little chanting. Come on.
Shri Bhagavana Vacha Kutasya Vakasmamidam Vishame Samupastatam Anayajastam Ashwagyam Rakirti Karamarjana.
Okay, good.
Good.
Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo, Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo. Okay. So then, anything else that you need to review?
No, just in the beginning, I think you're going to, however you want to do a little introduction of Gita Jayanti, and then you can do whatever you want to do, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudeva, and then after that, you can start. And then once you start, everyone will follow. Everyone knows who's doing what.
Okay. Ahem. Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita. Hare Krishna, Krishna. So we got 20 minutes before we start.
Yeah, so you don't have to stay on. I mean,
Hare Krishna, Krishna. And we went to the temple and recorded the conch shell blowing today.
Okay.
So Dronacharya has it on his phone.
Okay.
And then I didn't send it to you, but I sent them. Oh, there's two sets of conch shells blowing. There's Anish is there. That's Anish.
Office, yeah. Say Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Anish. So the first blowing of the conch shells is the Kauravas, Bhishma, etc.
Okay.
And it shatters it's very tumultuous. It's tumultuous. So I looked online and I found a conch shell blowing sequence on a video. If you search for conch shells blown loudly to invoke the spirit of Mother of the Ganges. Conch shells blown loudly to invoke the spirit of the Ganges. Oh yeah, we're seeing this, yeah.
Conch shell blowing.
Blown
loudly
to invoke the spirit of the Ganges. Yeah. Look under videos.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. No.
Yeah, you have corn shell instead of conch shell. There's still corn shell. It's C-O-N-C-H. That's right. C-H. Yeah. Videos. Oh, it is videos. Yeah, that's it.
This one?
Yep.
Prabhuji, I think we have to do a dry run before it because
January 2017.
See all this.
We had gone to
This one. That's the one. That's the one for the Kauravas.
Okay, and so Prabhuji, I think we have to do a dry run, Prabhuji.
Yeah, 4:30. We're gonna do it 4:30.
4:30. Okay, great. Okay, and what's the other one?
Dronacharya has it on his
Okay.
on his video on his phone. We just recorded it today.
Okay. Okay.
And we'll just play that maybe for I don't know how long, 2 seconds or something.
Okay. We have to try it, Prabhuji. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. So 4:30. Okay, I'll be here and we'll try it. That's fine.
I mean, I don't know that one that you had. There's several versions of it, but the one you had is something to begin with. So I don't know if you want to find a different version of that.
Okay.
Because when you first went on it had some other kind of thing. Yeah, see if that one. That's better. That's better. Nothing. No ad there.
Okay. You don't want the video, you just want the sound.
Just the sound, yeah.
Oh, great. Okay.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. I don't know how to do that.
I could do that. Hold on. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Okay, so I don't have to be here, right? I'll come back at 1:25.
Yes. Okay, Prabhuji.
Sita.
Hanji.
One of the things that I have heard Renuka had said this was that if you fast like that YouTube video, if you move it all the way to the right and then come back, then those ads will not interrupt you. I'm not sure if you will be playing long enough section of it that the ad would bother, but suddenly you don't want the ad coming. That was one of the tips she told me.
What? Tell me how.
That video that you opened, right? So there is, to move it forward, you can move it fast forward, right? All the way. So fast forward all the way to the end.
Okay.
And then go back and play it again a second.
And then go back again.
And go back and play. Especially when you start at 4:30, then do it again at that time.
Sure.
She said that will work. That's one of the tricks.
But you couldn't hear all. Is the sound very clear? When
No,
play?
so then that one, when you share that
I know, but I don't want to share the video. He doesn't want the video. So I have to figure out if I can only share audio.
Oh, that I don't know.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
He doesn't want the
Mataji, I think you
video.
can do that.
Yeah, I think I can do that. I just
You can go to share screen, I think, and then I think you have to click on advanced. It's on the top.
I'm looking.
I think it's over there. If you are on a computer.
Yeah, I am on the computer, but it's multiple person share, advanced sharing options. It doesn't let me.
Yes, Mataji, advanced sharing options. You have to click on that one.
I'm looking, but it doesn't say. Hold on. Video setting, choose video, photo, choose.
I think there might be a choice saying share audio only.
Yeah, it has to. I just have to figure it out. I'll figure it out. Closed caption, recording, reaction.
Mataji, do you have to share anything else from your computer at the same time?
No.
So just the audio, Mataji?
Yeah, just the audio. So if I, so let's say if I do share screen, I have to share, if I share this, then if I pin, like I'm trying to say, if I, like if I make you, let's say, I'll say, pin, I'll pin you. So what do you see right now? You see the video, right?
Yes, Mataji, I see the
Yeah.
video.
Yes,
So he doesn't want the video to be shown. That's the whole thing.
Oh, Mataji, you can stop share and still play the video, and we can still hear it.
And that
you
it
can try
wasn't
it.
working. Oh, right. Okay, I'll try again. Let's try again. Stop share. Okay. Then we'll go there.
Yes, Mataji, we can hear it.
Only we need to make sure that everyone is on mute, otherwise the voice goes low.
Oh, that I will do, but still it's not very loud, right? How is it?
It's perfect.
It's perfect, Mataji.
It is?
Yes, Mataji.
Yes,
Okay. Okay, if you say so. And I will do that at 4:30 anyway, so I think it should be fine. Okay.
याने 1 मिनिट Rukim nam jatune mari kune volume kya badaru. A dry run machu matare. Leave meeting karvis.
Can you change now?
What?
Change now.
No, I'm getting started. There's no reason.
Because I don't want to be, I can't. I will be moving things. I won't remember to tell you. And you have to log in your phone and keep it with you so you know when it comes. I can't. Every verse I have to move it.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
How long do I set it for?
You guys need the code? Ma? Ma? Ma?
Hare Krishna Gokulananda Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Can I
I'm
see you?
just setting up.
Okay.
I'm just gonna start video.
Sure. Okay.
Is
Yeah.
it okay now?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Okay, so far so good.
Yeah. I see Raghav at the back. I saw Raghav.
Raghav was
Hare
there.
Krishna.
Raghav, come here. Take Hare Krishna to Mataji.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Raghav. So good to see you. Happy Gita Jayanti.
Happy Gita Jayanti.
Happy Gita Jayanti.
Okay.
Yes, everybody, please make sure you share your video when you start reading it, even if you have it off.
Light na lidin at. Go, but. Huh?
Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yuyutsava Mamakapam Mama Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Mata Sarvam Pravartate Iti Matva Bhajante Mam Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Mata Sarvam Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Mata Sarvam Pravartate
Mata Sarvam Tritarashu Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Mata Sarvam Pravartate Iti Matva Bhajante Mam Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yuyutsava Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Mata Sarvam Pravartate Iti Matva Bhajante Mam Bodhabhava Samanditaha. Hare Krishna.
Krishna.
Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam
Gita
pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo
Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
nama om Vishnu padaya Krishna prishtaya bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitang Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Bandeham Shri Guru Shri Juta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavangscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tang Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitangscha Namo Mahavadinyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaudishe Namaha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tatta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It's nice to see all the devotees there. So I get to start off by Krishna's grace to start off the first chapter. I thought we'd just read from the Gita Mahatmya the benefits of reading and hearing Bhagavad Gita. I'll just read. Yeah.
Prabhuji, Venutarpita Prabhu, I think he wanted to do
okay.
talk about live to give a little bit. I just got a message. So, Venutarpita Prabhu, are you ready?
I am, Mataji. Thank you for the opportunity. And I sent the slides, if those could be projected to save on the time in the logistics, if that is possible, Mataji.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do that.
Thank you, Mataji. So I will be very quick about this preamble of Live to Give before His Grace Vishnupada Prabhu can start the first chapter. So as we know about the Live to Give, and the prior slide was showing Srila Prabhupada's enthusiasm as well as his fondness to distribute books. And he also did mention that if the devotees continue with such desire and strong determination, Krishna will give them all the strength to increase more and more. So this was in a letter to Shrutadeva 45 years ago. And building on this theme, if you move to the next slide, Mataji, ISKCON Worldwide organized a big campaign, the first in the history of ISKCON, which was the Bhadra Purnima campaign, which focused on distributing Srimad Bhagavatam sets. And the goal for the campaign was 10,000 from 7,000, which was in 2019. And at the end of September, all these ISKCON centers and temples distributed close to 24,000 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. So a phenomenal achievement embodying the spirit of cooperation and working together. And if you move to the next slide, Mataji. On similar lines, the ISKCON BBT came together for Live to Give campaign, and the goal was 2 million Gitas all across the world, starting from Australia to North America. And this started right at the cusp of the Purushottam Mass, and it will end with the Gita Jayanti extending into the next year, 7th of January. And this is where the Live to Give campaign stands as of today. So many things over here, but I will focus on the left first, which is talking about Philadelphia. So Philadelphia, ISKCON Philadelphia started with a goal of 1,728 Gitas, which was achieved thanks to the participation of all the devotees and families. And now the goal is double. So it was 108 boxes, and now it is 216 boxes of Gitas. As of today, we are at 2,600, and there are 840 more Bhagavad Gitas, or in simple words, 53 more boxes that we need to hit our goal by 7th of January. And on the right, as we can see, the overall goal of Gitas was 2 million, and all the temples, countries, continents have pledged so far 2.2 million. And we can see a very high level bird's view of how many communities or temples have participated. There are close to around 180, and 42 countries have all come together so that this can be again a humongous success for ISKCON. And moving to the next slide, Mataji. So how one can participate? I think this is very simple and very standard, and what we have been doing over the past so many years. This is through either by taking a box of Bhagavad Gita that you can distribute on your own to your neighbors, family, colleagues, or you can also donate through Shastra Dan, and that can be distributed by the temple to people who need the spiritual knowledge. And they can also be placed in multiple places like hotels, motels, hospitals, prisons, libraries. And that is what we have been doing over the past 6 months in this COVID. And the last slide, hopefully, is how one can participate. So a few options, very straightforward, is like one can use PayPal, and you can donate the Lakshmi to donations at ISKCON Philadelphia. The other easy thing is check can be given in the name of ISKCON. One can also pay through credit card. And then now another possible channel is Venmo or Zelle, which is very easy, and the Lakshmi is transferred instantly. And if there are more questions or information, please feel free to send an email to dhenudarpita@gmail.com, and we can further clarify any questions you have, or any more clarification on the payment that has been mentioned on the slide. So if you haven't done so, please seriously consider about participating in Live to Give campaign. There has been a yagya organized at Kurukshetra by His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, where the names of the donors have been chanted, and there will be there's still some time, 2 more weeks, where you can still help us to achieve the goal of 216 boxes that ISKCON Philadelphia has placed. Thank you for the opportunity, and now I will turn it over to His Grace Vishnu Prabhu. And Mataji, we can, I think in the essence of time, we can skip this slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna. So a very important process, kind of bhakti, is distributing the knowledge, essential. And also to read and hear it ourselves. Both things are very important. I'll just read this one part of the Gita Mahatmya. If one reads the Bhagavad Gita very sincerely and with all seriousness, then by the grace of the Lord, the reaction of his past misdeeds will not act upon him. It's from the Gita Mahatmya, 2nd verse. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
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 Dhritarashtra Uvacha. Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yuyutsava Mamaka Pandavascheva Kim Kurvata Sanjaya. Sanjaya Uvacha Drishtva tu Pandavanekang Vyudhang Duryodhanastada Acharyam Upasangamya Raja Vachanam Abravit. Pashyayatang Panduputranam Acharya Mahating Chamum Vyudham Dupataputrena Tava Shishyena Dhimata. Atra Shura Maheshvasa Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yuyudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharatha. Hello. Drishtaketushchekitana Kashirajashcha Viryavan Purujit Kuntibhojascha Shaibhyascha Narapungava Yudhamanyuscha Vikranta Uttamaujascha Viryavan Shaubhadro Draupadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharatha. Asmakang tu Vishishtaye Tani Bodha Dvijottama Nayaka Mama Sainyasya Sangyartang Tam Bravimite. Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Kripascha Samitinjaya Ashvatama Vikarnascha Saumadattistataivacha. Anye cha bahava shura madarte tyakta jivita nana shastra paharana sarve yuddha visharada. Aparyaptam tadasmakam balam bhishma bhirakshitam paryaptam tvidame tesham balam bhima bhirakshitam. Ayaneshu cha sarveshu yata bhagam avastita bhishmam eva bhirakshantu bhavanta sarva eva hi. Tasya sanjannayan harsham kuru vridha pitamaha singhanadam vinadyochchay shankam dadma pratapavan. Tata shankascha bheryascha panavanaka gomukhai sahasaivabyahanyanta sasabdhastumulo bhavat. Tata shvetairhayar yukte mahati syandane stitao madhava pandavaschaiva divyao shankao pradhadmatu. Panchajanyam Rishikesho Devadattam Dhananjaya Poundram dadma mahashankam Bhima karma vrikodara Ananta Vijayam Raja Kunti Putro Yudhishthira Nakula Sahadevascha Sughoshamani Pushpakao Kashyascha Parameshvasa Shikandi cha Maharatha Drishchadumno Viratascha Satyakischa Parajita Drupado Draupadeyascha Sarvasha Pritivipate Saubhadrascha Mahabahu Shankan Dadmu Pritak Pritak Saghosho Datarastranam Hridayani Vyadarayat Navascha Pritivim Chaiva Tumulo Bhyanunadayan Atha Vyavastitham Drishtva Dhartarashtran Kapidvaja Pravritte Shastra Sampate Dhanur Udyamya Pandava Rishikesham Tada Vakyam Idam Aha Mahipate Arjunuvacha Senayor Ubhayor Madhye Vratam Sthapayamechuta Yavadetan Niriksheham Yodhukaman Avasthitan Karmaya Sahayodhavyam Asmin Ranna Samudyame Yotsyamana Naviksheham Ya Etetra Samagata Dhartarastrasya Durbuddhe Yudhe Priya Chakirshava Sanjaya Uvacha Evam Ukto Rishikesho Kudakeshena Bharata Senayor Ubhayor Madhye Stapayitva Ratottamam Bhishma Drona Pramukata Sarvesham Cha Mahikshitam Uvacha Partha Pashyaitan Samavetan Kuruniti Tatra Pashyat Stitan Partha Pitrin Atta Patamahan Acharyan Matulan Bratrin Putran Pautran Sakingstata Swasuran Suridas Chaiva Senayud Ubhayorapi Tan Samiksha Sakaunteya Sarvan Bandhu Avasthitan Kripaya Paraya Vishto Vishidan Idam Abravit Arjunuvacha Tvishvemam Svajanam Krishna Yutsam Pamupastitam Sidante Mamagatrani Mukam cha Parishusyati Vepatuscha Sharire me Roma Harshascha Jayate Gandhivan Swangshate Hastat Tvakchaiva Paridahyate Nacha Shoknom Yavastatum Brahmativa cha me mana Nimittani cha pashyami Viparitani Keshava Nacha Shreyo no pashyami Hatva Svajanam Ahave Nakangshe Vijayam Krishna Nacha Rajam Sukhani cha Kim no Rajena Govinda Kim Bhoga Jivitena va Jesham Arte Kangshitam no Rajam Bhoga Sukhani cha Ta imam vastita yudhe pranang chaktva dhanani cha acharya pitarat putras tataiva chitpatamaha batula svashura pautra shyala sambandhinastata etanna hantumichchami gnatopi madhusudana api trailokya rajasya heto kim nu mahi krite Nihatya Dhatarastranna Kapriti Syaj Janardana Papam Evashrayed Asman Hatvaitan Atatayina Tasman Narhavayam Huntum Dhartarashtram sabandhavan svajanam hi katam hatva sukina syama madhava. Yadyapete na pashyanti lobo pahata chetasa kulakshaya kritam dosham mitra drohe cha patakam katam na gyeyam asmabhi papat asma nivartitum kulakshaya kritam dosham prapasyadbhir janardana. Kulakshaye panashyanti kuladharma sanatana dharme nashte kulam kritsnam adharmo bhibhavatyuta adharma bhibhavat krishna purushyante kulastriya strishu dushtasu varshneya jayate varna sankara sankaro narakayeva kula gnanam kulasya cha patanti pitaro hyesham lupta pindoda kriya doshar etai kula gnanam varna sankara karakai utsadyante jati dharma kula dharmascha shasvata utsanna kula dharmanam manushyanam janardana narake niyatam vaso bhavati tyanushushuma aho bata mahat papam kartum vyavasita vayam yad raja sukalobhena hantum svajanamudhyata yadi mam apratikaram ashastram shastrapanava datarashtra rane hanyus tanme kshemataram bhavet. Sanjay uvacha evam uktvarjuna sankhye rutopasta upavishat visrijya shasharam chapam shoka samvigna manasa.
Sanjaya uvacha tam tata kripayavistam ashnu purna kulekshanam vishidantam idam vakyam uvacha madhusudana. Shri Bhagavan uvacha kutasva kashilam idam vishame samupastitham anarajustam asvagyam akirtikaram arjuna. Klebyamasmagamapartha netete upapadyate shudram hridaya darbalyam tapto tishtha parantapa. Arjuna uvacha katham bhisham aham sankhe dronam cha madhusudana ishobi patiyotsami purjaha adisudana. Guruna hatva hi mahanubhavan shreyo bhokta bhaishamapi yaloke hatva takamamstu guruni haiva punjiya bhoga rudirat pratigyan nacheda vidma kataranagayo yadva jayema yadiva najayo yan eva hatva najijivishamas te vastitha pramuke dhartarashtra karpanya dosho pahata svabhava pritchami tvam dharma samudacheta yakshaya sanishtitam bruhi tanme shishyasti ham shadi matam prapannam nahi prapashyami mama punadyat yachokam uchhosanam indriyanam avapya bhuvam aspatanam riddham rajam suranam abhichari battam. Sanjaya uvacha evam ukta rishikesham gunakesha parantapa nayotsa iti govindam ukta tushnem babuvaha. Tam uvacha rishikesha prahasan eva bharata Sayanyor upayor madhe vishidantam idam vacha. Shri Bhagavan uvacha asochyana sochastvam pragyamanan sabhasase gatasam agatasam shta nanu shochanti pandita natvam evaham jatu nasam न त्वमेव जनाभिपः न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयमतः परम् देहिनोऽस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमार्यं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरा प्राप्ते धीरस्तत्र न मुह्यति माता स्पर्शस्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखदः आगमपायायिनो नित्यस्तांश्चिकित्सस्य भारत यं हि न विद्यन्ते पुरुषं पुरुषस्य समदुःख सुखं धीरं सौम्यतत्त्वाय कल्पते न सुतो विद्यते भावो न भावो विद्यते सता उभयोरपि दृष्टान्तस्त्वनयोस्तत्त्वदर्शिभिः अविनाशी तु तद्विद्धि येन सर्वम् इदं ततं विनाशम् अव्ययस्य न कश्चित् कर्तुम् अर्हति अन्तवन्त इमे देहा नित्यशोक्तशरीरिणा अनाशिनो प्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युद्धस्य भारत य एनं वेत्ति हन्तारं यश्चैनं मन्यते हतान् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदविनाशिनं नित्यं या एनम् अजनम् अव्ययम् कथं सा पुरुषा पार्थ कं घातयति हन्तिकम् वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्याति संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावका न चैनं खेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः अच्छेदोऽयमदायोऽयम् अक्लेदो शोष एव च नित्यः सर्वगतस्थाणुर् अचलोऽयं सनातनः अव्यक्तोऽयम् अचिन्त्योऽयम् अव्यकार्योऽयम् उच्यते तस्मात् एव विदित्वेनं नानुशोचन्तुम् अर्हसि अथ चैनं नित्यजतं नित्यं वा मनसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुम् अर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्यो ध्रुवं जन्म मृतस्य च तस्मात् अपि आहार्यते न त्वं शोचितुम् अर्हसि
अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तानिधनान्येव तत्र का परिदेवना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवच्चैनम् अन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वाप्येनं वेद न चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यम् अवध्योऽयं देहि सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न तं शोचितुम् अर्हसि स्वधर्मम् अपि चावेक्ष न विकम्पितुम् अर्हसि धर्मयाद्युदाच्छ्रेयोऽन्यात् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यद्रच्चया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारम् अपावृतं सुखी न क्षत्रिया पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धम् ईदृशम् अथ चेत्त्वम् इमं धर्म्यं संग्रामं न करिष्यसि ततः स्वधर्मं कीर्तिं च हित्वा पापम् अवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ये ते त्वयाम् सम्भावितस्य च मरणात् अतिरिच्यते भयादनात् उपरतं मम सन्ते त्वं महारथा येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यास्यसि लाघवम् अवाच्य वादं च बहुन् वदिष्यन्ति तवाहिता निन्दन्तस्त्व सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखतरं नु किम्।
हरे कृष्ण। हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्ग जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महीम् तस्माद् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चयः सुख दुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभो जया जयो ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैनं पापम् अवाप्स्यसि एषा ते विहिता सांख्ये बुद्धिर्योगे त्वइमां शृणु बुद्धया युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्म बन्धं प्रयास्यसि नेहा विक्रमणास्तुस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पम् अप्यस्य धर्मस्य त्रायतो महतो भयात् व्यवसायित्मिका बुद्धिरेकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशाखा ह्य अन्तश्च बुद्धयो व्यवसायिनाम् यां हिमीमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्त्य अविपश्चितः वेदवादरतः पार्थ नान्यद् अस्ति वादिनः कामात्मनः स्वर्गपरा जन्म कर्म फलप्रदां क्रिया विशेष बहुलां भोगैश्वर्य गतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्य प्रसक्तानां तया प्रहित चेतसां व्यवसायित्मिका बुद्धिः समाधो न विधीयते त्रैगुण्य विषया वेदा निस्त्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्बन्धो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेम आत्मवान् यावन अर्थ उदपाने सर्वतः संप्लुतोदके यावन सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानतः कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफल हेतुभिर्मा ते संगोस्त्वकर्मणि योगस्थः कुरु कर्माणि संगं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्धयो असिद्धयो समो भूत्वा समत्वं योग उच्यते दूरेण ह्यवरं कर्म बुद्धियोगाद धनञ्जय बुद्धौ शरणम् अवीक्षन्ः अन्वीक्षः कृपणा फलहेतवः बुद्धियुक्तो जहाति उभय सुकृत दुष्कृते तस्मात् योगाय युज्यस्व योगः कर्मसु कौशलम् कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणः जन्मबन्धः विनिर्मुक्ताः पदं गच्छन्त्य अनामयम् यदा ते मोहकलिलं बुद्धिव्यतिर्तरिष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतव्यश्रुतस्य च श्रुति विप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा अस्थायति निश्चला समाधाव अचला बुद्धिस् तदा योगम अवाप्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थित प्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधिस्तस्य केशव स्थित धी किं प्रभासेत किं आसीत व्रजेत किम् श्री भगवान उवाच प्रजाहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थ मनोगतान् आत्मन्यैवात्मना तुष्टः स्थितप्रज्ञस्तुजोत्यते दुःखेषु अनुदिग्नमनाः सुखेषु विगतः स्पृहः वीतराग भय क्रोधः स्थितधीर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्रान् अभिस्नेहः तत् प्रायः शुभाशुभम् अभिनन्दति न दृष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं कुर्मो नागनीव सर्वसः इन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता विषया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहासस्य देहिनः रसवर्जसं रसो अप्यस्य परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यतो हि अपि कौन्तेय पुरुषस्य विपचिस्थितः इन्द्रियाणि परमार्थीनि हरन्ति प्रसम्भमनः तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आस्थित मतपरः वसे हि इन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसः संगस्तेषुपजायते संगात् संजयते कामः कामात् क्रोधो विजायते क्रोधा भवति सम्मोहः सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमः स्मृतिभ्रंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनाशात् प्रणश्यति रागद्वेष विमुक्तस्तु विषयन् इन्द्रियश्चरन् आत्मवश्यैर्विधेयात्मा प्रसादम् अधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरसोपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो ह्यसो बुद्धिपर्यावतिष्ठते नास्ति बुद्धिर्युक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभावयत् शान्तिरशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणां हि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तद् अस्य हरति प्रज्ञां वायुर्नावम् इवाम्बसि तस्माद् अस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्य तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता या निशा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागृति संयमी यस्यां जागृति भूतानि स निशा पश्यतो मुनेः अपूर्यमाणम् अचला प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रे आपः प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रवसन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिम् आपनोति न कामकामी विहाय कामन् अन्य सर्वान् पुमांस चरति निःस्पृहः निर्ममो निरहंकार स शान्तिम् अधिगच्छति एषा ब्रह्मी स्थिति पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वा श्यामकान्त अंतकाले अपि ब्रह्म निर्वाण रक्षति। हरे कृष्ण।
Hare Krishna. Arjuna uvacha jayasi chit karmanaste mata buddhir janardana tat kim karmani gore mam niyojasyasi keshava vyam shireneva vakyena buddhim moha me tadekam vada nishchitya yena shreyoham apunyam. Shri Bhagavan vacha lokesman dvividha nishta pura prokta maya naga jnana yogena sankhya nam karma yogena yoginam. Na karmanam anarambha naishkamyam purusho shnute na cha sanyas sanadeva siddhim samadhigacchati. Nahi kashchit shanamapi jatu tishtati karma krit karyate hi avassa karma sarva prakriti jairgune. Karmendriyai samyamya yaste manasa smaran indriyartan vimoodatma mityachara sa uchyate. Yastvendriyani manasa niyamya rabata arjuna karmendriyai karmayogam asakta sa vishishyate. Niyatam kuru karma tvam karma jayo hi karmana sharirayatra pyajate na prasiddhyeta karmana. Yagnatar karma no netra lokoyam karma bandhana tadartam karma kaunteya mukta sangha samachara. Sahayagnya praja shishtva purovacha prajapati anena prasavishvedvam meshavostishta kamadok devan pavayatanena te deva bhavayantu va parashparam bhavayanta shreya param avapsyata. Ishtan bhogani vo deva dasyante yagna bhavita. Terdattana pradayebhyo yo bhukte stena eva saha. Yagna shishtasana santo muchyante sarva kilbishai punjate tvagam papa ye pachanti atmakaranat. Annat bhavanti bhutani parjanyadana sambhava yagnat bhavati parjanyo yagna karma samudbhava. Karma brahmodbhavam vidhi brahmakshara samudbhavam tasmat swagatam sarvagatam brahma nityam yagne pratishtitam. Hare Krishna.
Yastva atma ratir eva syad atma triptascha manava atmani eva cha santushtas tasya karyam na vidyate. Naiva tasya kritenartho na kriteneha kaschana na chasya sarva bhuteshu kaschid artha vyapashraya. Tasmad asakta satatam karyam karma samachara asakto hi acharan karma param apnoti purushaha. Karmarnaiva hi samsiddhim astita janaka daya loka sangrahame vapi sampashyan kartum arhasi. Yad yad acharati shreshtas tad eve taro janam sayat pramanam kurute lokas tad anuvartate. Name parthasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana nanavaptam avaptavyam varta eva cha karmani. Yadi hi aham na varteyam jatu karmani atandrita mama vartmanu vartante manushya partha sarvasha. Utsideyur ime loka na kuryam karma chetaham sankarasya च कर्तस्याम् उपहन्याम् इमा प्रजा सक्ताः कर्मणि अविद्वांसो यथा कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद् विद्वांस्ततः सक्तः चिकीर्षुर्लोकसङ्ग्रहां न बुद्धिभेदं जनयेद् अज्ञानं कर्मसङ्गिणां जोषयेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्ता समाचरान् प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्माणि सर्वशः अहङ्कारविमूढात्मा कर्ताहम् इति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणगुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृतेर्गुणः समुढा सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् अकृत्स्न विदो मन्दान् कृत्स्नविन्न विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यास्याध्यात्मचेतसा निरासेर्निर्ममो भूत्वा युधयस्व विगताज्वरा
एमे मतम् इदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवः श्रद्धावानन्तो अनसूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मभिः एत्वा एतदभ्यासूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतं सर्वज्ञानविमूढांस्तान् विद्धि नाष्टान् अचेतसः सदृशं चेष्टते स्वस्य प्रकृतिर्ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रह किं करिष्यति इन्द्रियास्यार्थे रागद्वेषौ व्यवस्थितौ तयोर्नावसम् आगच्छेत् तौ हि अस्य परिपन्थिनौ श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेय परधर्मो भयावहः अर्जुन उवाच अत केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छम् अपि वर्ष्णेय बलादिव नियोजितः श्रीभगवान् उवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजोगुणसमुद्भवः महाशनो महापाप्मा विद्धि येन मिह वैरिणम् धूमेन व्रियते वह्निर्यथा दर्शो मलेन च यतोल्बेन वृतो गर्भस्तथा तेनेदमावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवारिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पुरेणानेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिरस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एतैर्विमोहयति येष ज्ञानम् आवृत्य देहिनां तस्मात् तम् इन्द्रियाणि आदौ नियम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्मानं प्रजति हेनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराणि आहुरिन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनः मनस्सस्तु परा बुद्धिर्यो बुद्धे परतस्तु सा एवं बुद्धे परं बुद्ध्वा संस्थाप्यात् आत्मना जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं दुराशदम् हरे कृष्ण
श्रीभगवानुवाच इमं विवस्वते योगं प्रोक्तवानहम् अव्ययम् विवस्वान् मानवे प्रह मनुरिक्ष्वाकवे ब्रवीत् एवं परम्परा प्राप्तम् इमं राजश्रयो विदु सा कालेने हा महता योगा नष्टा परन्तपा स एवायं मयातेद्य योगप्रोक्ता पुरातना भक्तोऽसि मे सखा चेति रहस्यं हि एतदुत्तमम् अर्जुन उवाच अपरं भवतो जन्म परं जन्म विवस्वता कथम् एतद् विजानीयाम् त्वम् आदौ प्रोक्तवानिति श्रीभगवान् उवाच बहूनि मे व्याति व्यातितानि जन्मानि तव अर्जुन तानि अहं वेद सर्वाणि न त्वं वेत्था परन्तप अजोऽपि सन् अव्ययात्मा भूतानाम् ईश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वाम् अधिष्ठया सम्भवामि आत्ममायया यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानम् अधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय चतुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे जन्म कर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेति तत्त्वता त्यक्त्वा देहं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन वितरागा भया क्रोधा मन्मया माम् उपाश्रिता बहवो ज्ञानतपसा हुता मद्भावमागता ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तंस्तथैव भजाम्यहम् मां वर्तमानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशः काङ्क्षन्ता कर्मणां सिद्धिं यजन्ता इह देवता क्षिप्रं हि मनुष्ये लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्मजा चतुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्मा विभागशः तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विधि अकर्तरम् अव्ययम् नामां कर्माणि लिम्पन्ति नामे कर्मफले स्पृहा इति मां यो भिजनाति कर्माभिर्न स बाध्यते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैरपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्म किम् अकर्मेति कवयोऽपि अत्र मोहिता तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मोक्ष्यसे शुभात् कर्मणो हि अपि बोद्धव्यं च विकर्मणा अकर्मणाश्च बोद्धव्यं गहना कर्मणो गति कर्मणि अकर्म या पश्येत् अकर्मणि च कर्म या सा बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु सा युक्ता कृष्णकर्म कृत् यस्य सर्वे समारम्भा कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिता ज्ञानाग्निदग्ध कर्माणां तम् अहो पण्डितं बुधा त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराश्रया कर्मणि अभिप्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सा निराशीर्यता चित्तात्मा त्यक्त्वा सर्वपरिग्रहा शरीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम् यादृच्छालाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरा समासिद्धौ असिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते गतासङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानावस्थितचेतसा ज्ञानाचरत कर्मा समग्रं प्रवीयते ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्म भवेत् ब्रह्मज्ञो ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्म कर्म समाधिना दैवम् एव परे यज्ञं योगिनां पर्युपासते ब्रह्मज्ञम् अपरे यज्ञं नैवोपजुवति श्रोत्रादीनीन्द्रियाणि अन्ये संयमाग्निषु जुह्वति शब्दादीन् विषयान् अन्या इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्वति सर्वाणीन्द्रियाणि कर्माणि प्राणाकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगज्ञौ जुह्वति ज्ञानदीपिते द्रव्ययज्ञस्तपोयज्ञा योगयज्ञस्तथा परे स्वाध्यायो ज्ञानयज्ञश्च यतयो संशिता व्रता अपने जुह्वति प्राणेपानां तथा परे प्राणपानागतिरुड्वा प्राणायामापरायणा अपरे नियताहारा प्राणेषु जुह्वति सर्वेऽपि एते यज्ञविदो यज्ञाक्षापिता कल्मषा यज्ञाशिष्टामृता भुजो यन्ति ब्रह्मा सनातनम् नयं लोकोऽस्ति अयज्ञस्य कुतोऽन्या कुरु सत्तमा एवं बहुविधा यज्ञा विततो ब्राह्मणो मुखे कर्माजान् विधितान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्ष्यसे श्रेयान् द्रव्यमयाद्यज्ञात् ज्ञानायज्ञा परान्तपा सर्वं कर्माखिलं पार्थ ज्ञाने परिसमाप्यते तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिना यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यस्यासि पाण्डव येन भूतानि अशेषानि द्रक्ष्यासि आत्मनि अथो मयि अपि चेदसि पापेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः पापकृत्तमा सर्वं ज्ञानाप्लवेनैव वृजिनं सन्तरिष्यसि युथैधांसि समिधोऽग्निर्भस्मासात् कुरुते अर्जुन ज्ञानाग्नि सर्वकर्माणि भस्मासात् कुरुते तथा न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशां पवित्रम् इह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धा कालेनात्मनि विन्दति श्रद्धावज्लभते ज्ञानं तत्परा संयतेन्द्रिया ज्ञानं लब्धा परं शान्तिम् अचिरेन्धिगच्छति अग्नाश्च श्राद्धदानाश्च संशयात्मा विनाश्यति नायं लोकोऽस्ति न परो न सुखं संशयात्मना योगासन्न्यास्तकर्माणां यज्ञासञ्छिन्न संशयम् आत्मावन्तं च कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय तस्मादज्ञानसम्भूतं हृत्स्थं ज्ञानासीनात्मना चित्वैनं संशयं योगम् अधिष्ठो उत्तिष्ठ भारत.
Mataji, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Please start again.
Panchamodyaya Karma Sannyasa Yoga. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. I'm sorry. Ada Panchamodhyaya Karma Sannyasa Yoga Arjuna Uvacha. Sannyasa Karmanan Krishna Punar Yogam Cha Samsasi Yascheya Yeta Yorekam Tasme Bruhi Sunischitam. Sannyasa Karma Yoga. See Bhagavan Uvacha. Sannyasa Karma Yogascha Niseyasakara Ubhau Tayostu Karma Sannyasat Karma Yogo Visishyate. Jaya Sanitya Sannyasi Yona Dveshti na Kanshati Nidham Drohi Mahabaho Sukam Bhantat Pramuchyate. Sankhya Yoga Prudhagbhala Pravadanti na Pandita Ekam Apyastita Samyak Ubhayor Vindate Phalam. Yat Sankhya Prapyate Stanam Tadyogairapi Gamyate Ekam Sankhyan cha Yogam cha Yapasyati Sapasyati. Sanyasastu Mahabaho Dukkhamaptumayogata Yoga Yukto Munir Brahma Nachirena Gacchati. Yoga Yukto Visuddhatma Vijitatma Jitendriyaha Sarva Bhutatma Bhutatma Kurvannapi na lipyate. Naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattavit. Pasyan srunvan srasan jignan ashnan gashan swapan swasan. Pralapan visrujan krishnan unmishan nimishan api. Naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattavit. Pasyan srunvan. I'm reading some again. Brahmanyadaya karmani sangam tyakta karotiya lipyate na sa papena padmapatra minam bhava. Kayena manasa buddhya kaivalerindriyairapi yogina karma kurvanti sangam tyaktyatma suddhaye. Yukta karma phalam tyakta shanti mapnoti naishtikim. Ayukta kama karena phale sakto nibhadyate. Sarva karmani manasa sannyasasti sukhambasi. Navadvare pure tehi na eva kurvanna karyan. Na kartruttam na karmani lokasya srujati prabhu. Na karma phala sanyogam swabhavatu pravartate. Nadatte kasyachit papam na chaiva sukrutam vibhuhu ajnena avrutam jnanam tena muhyanti jantavaha. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Dhyanenu tu tad ajnanam esam nasitam atmanah esam aditya vajjnanam prakashyati tat param tad buddhyas tad atmanas tad buddhyas tad atmanas tat nishtat tat parayanah gachanti apunir avritim jnana nirduta kalmashaha vidya vinay sampanne brahmane gavi hastini sumi chaiva swapake cha panditah samadarshinaha.
यवेव तैर्जितः सर्गो येषां साम्ये स्थितं मनः निर्दोषं हि समं ब्रह्म तस्मात् ब्रह्माणि ते स्थितः न प्रसीदेत प्रियं प्राप्य नो द्विजते प्राप्य च प्रियं स्थितर्बुद्धिः असमूढो ब्रह्मविद् ब्रह्मणि स्थितः बाह्यस्पर्शेव अस्मात्मा विन्दति आत्मनि यत् सुखं सा ब्रह्मयोग युक्तात्मा सुखम् अक्षयम् अस्मि विमुते ये हि संसपर्श्य भोगा दुःखायुनाय एव ते आदि अन्तवन्तः कौन्तेय न ते सुरमते कुत शक्नोति हैव यः सोढुं प्राक् शरीर विमोचनात् कामक्रोधः वेगां स युक्तः स सुखी नरः यो नक्तः सुखो हन्तरामास्तथान्तर्ज्योतिरेव यः स योगी ब्रह्म निर्वाणा ब्रह्मभूतोऽधिगच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्म निर्वाणं प्रत्यकृष्टकल्मषाः छिन्नद्वधा यतात्मना सर्वभूते हिते रता कामक्रोध विमुक्तानां यतीनां यत् चेतसाम् अमितो ब्रह्म निर्वाणं वर्तते विदितात्मनाम् स्पर्शं कृत्वा बहिर्भयं चक्षुश्चैवान्तरे भ्रुवोः प्राणापानौ समकृत्वा नासाभ्यन्तराचरिणौ यतेन्द्रिया मनोबुद्धिर्मुनिमोक्षापरायणः इत्येष तया क्रोधा सः सदा मुक्ता एव सः भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिं भुञ्जति हरे कृष्ण
Chapter 6, Dhanya Yoga. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Anashritah Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karodiya Sasanyasi cha Yogi cha Satna Niraknirna Chakriyaha Yam Sanyasam Idi Prahur Yogam Tam Vidhi Pandava Nahi Asanyasta Sangalpo Yogi Bhavati Kaschana Aruruchormunir-yogam karma karanamuchyate yogarudhasya tassaiva shamaha karanamuchyate yadahi nendriyatheshu na karmashu anushajyate karma sangalpa sannyasi yogarudhastadochyate Uttared atmanam atmanam natmanam avasadayed atmaiva hi atmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha bandhur atma manastasya enatmaivatmana jidaha anatmanastu shatrutve vartedatmaiva shatruvad Jidatmanaha prashantasya paramatma samahitaha Shidoshna sukha dukkheshu tatha manapamanayoha Jnana vijnana triptatma kudasto vijidendriyaha Yukta ityuchyade yogi samaloshtashrama kanchanaha Suhur mitra udasina Adhyasta dvesha bandhushu Sadhushvavicha paveshu Samabuddhir vishishyade Yogi yujnida sadadam आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकी यदचित्तात्मा निराशिरपरिग्रहः शुचौ देशे प्रतिष्ठाप्यां स्थिरमासनम् आत्मनः नादि उच्छ्रितं नादि नीचं शैलाजिनकुशोत्तरम् तत्रैक अग्रं मनः कृत्वा यदचित्तेन्द्रियक्रियः उपाविश्यासने युज्ञाद् योगम् आत्मविशुद्धये समं कायशिरोग्रीवं धारयन् अचलं स्थिरः सम्प्रेक्ष्य नासिकाग्रं स्वं दिशश्चानवलोकयन् प्रशान्तात्मविगतभिर्ब्रह्मचारिवृते स्थितः मन संयममच्चित्तो युक्त आसीद मत्परः युज्ञनेवं सदात्मानं योगी नियतमनमानसः शान्तिं निर्वाणपरमां मत्संस्थम् अधिगच्छति नात्यश्नदस्तु योगोऽस्ति न चैकान्तम् अनश्नदः न चादिस्वप्नशीलस्य जागृतो नैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्तस्वप्नावबोधस्य योगी भवति दुःखः यदा विनियतं चित्तम् आत्मन्येवावतिष्ठते निःस्पृहः सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्त इत्युच्यते तदा यथा दीपो निवातस्थो निङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यदचित्तस्य युज्ञतो योगमात्मनः यत्रयो परमते चित्तं निरुद्धं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनमात्मानं पश्यन् आत्मनि तुष्यति सुखम् आत्यन्तिकं यत्तद् बुद्धिग्राह्यम् अतीन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वतः यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते तं विद्या दुःखसंयोग वियोगं योगसंज्ञितम् स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो अनिर्विण्णचेतसा सङ्कल्पप्रभवान् कामांस् त्यक्ता सर्वान् अशेषतः मनसैवेन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्ततः शनैरुपरमेद् बुद्ध्या धृति गृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मना कृत्वा न किञ्चित् अभिचिन्तयेत् यदो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलम् अस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियमैदात् आत्मन्येव वशं नयेत् प्रशान्तमनसं हि एनं योगिनां सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्तरजसं ब्रह्मभूतम् अकल्मषम् युज्ञनेवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषः सुखेन ब्रह्म संस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वत्र समदर्शिनः यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजति एकत्वम् आस्थितः सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मौपम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति यो अर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मतः अर्जुन उवाच यो अयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्तः साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्वात् स्थिरम् चञ्चलं हि मना कृष्ण प्रमाधि बलवदृढं तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायोरिव सुदुष्करम् श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्निग्रहं चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेया वैराग्येन च गृह्यते असंशयात्मना योगो दुष्प्राप्य इति मे मतिः वस्यात्मना तु यददा शक्यो अवाप्तुम् उपायतः अर्जुन उवाच अयदीह श्रद्धयोपेदो योगाश्चलितमानसः अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कां गतिं कृष्ण गच्छति कच्छिन्नो भयविभ्रष्टस्तच्छिन्न भ्रमम् इव नश्यति अप्रदिष्टो महाबाहो विमूढो भ्रमणाः पदीम् एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण छेर्तुम् अर्हसि अशेषतः त्वदन्याः संशयस्यास्य चेता हि उपपद्यते श्रीभगवान् उवाच पार्थ नैहेव नामुत्र विनाशस्तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृत् कश्चित् दुर्गतिं तात गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतं लोकान् उत्सीत्वा शाश्वतीः समः शुचीनां श्रीमदां गेहे योगभ्रष्टो अभिजायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमताम् एतद्धि दुर्लभतरं लोके जन्म ईदृशम् तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभते पौर्वदेहिकम् यदते च ततो भूयः संसिद्धौ कुरु नन्दनाम् पूर्वाभ्यासेन तैनैव क्रियते हि अवशोऽपि साः जिज्ञासुरभियोगस्य शब्दब्रह्म अधिवर्तते प्रयत्नात् यतमानस्तु योगी संशुद्धकिल्बिषः अनेकजन्म संसिद्धस्ततो याति परां गतिम् तपस्विभ्यो अधिको योगी ज्ञानिभ्यो अपि मतो अधिकाः कर्मिभ्यश्चाधिको योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन योगिनाम् अपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेन्द्रात्मनां श्रद्धवान् भजते यो मां समे युक्ततमो मतः हरे कृष्ण
Hare Krishna. Knowledge of the Absolute, Chapter 7. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. Maya Asakta Mana Partha Yogas Yutmanamada Ashraya Asansayam Samagrammo Yatha Jnanashyati Tatchasum Gnanam Teham Savijnanam Gnanam Teham Savijnanam Idam Bhakshami Asesata Yajagnatva Neha Bhuyo Teha Bhuyo Anya Jagnatavyam Avishyasate Manusyanam Sahastreshu Kastida Patati Siddhaye Yatatam Ati Siddhanam Kaschina Mama Veti Tattvataha Bhumir apo analu vayu kama manora buddhi evasa ahankara iti amme binna prakruti astada apareyam mitastvanyam prakrutim vidhi me param jiva bhutam mahabaho ya edam dharyate jagata Etadayani bhutani sarvani uparaya ham krutsanasya jagata prabhava malasya tata mata paratam nanyata kinchida asti dhananjaya mai sarvam idam protam sutre maniganaiva Rasoham apsu kanteya prabhasmi sasi suryayo pranava sarva vedesu sadake paurusham nusu punyo gandha prithviyam cha tejasa chasmi vibhavaso जीवनं सर्वभूतेषु तपश्चास्मि तपस्विषु बीजं मां सर्वभूतानां विद्धि पार्थ सनातनं बुद्धिर्बुद्धिनताम् अस्मि तेजस तेजस्विनामहम् बलं बलवतं चाहं कामरात विवर्जितं कामराग विवर्जितं धर्माविरुद्ध भूतेषु कामो अस्मि भरतर्षभ ये चैव सात्विक भावा राजसास तामसास च मत एवेति तान् विद्धि न त्वहं तेषु ते मयि.
It was here before me.
Sorry?
Before you.
त्रिभुरगुणमयैर भावैर एभिर् सर्वम् इदं जगत् मोहितां मोहिमविजानाति माम एव परम् अव्ययम् दैवी ऐसा गुणमयी मन माया दुर्तया माम एव ये प्रपद्यन्ते मायामेतां तरन्ति ते न मां दुष्कृन्दो मुद्दा प्रपद्यन्ते नराधम मायया परज्ञान आसुरं भावम् आश्रितः चतुर्विधा भजन्ते मां जनाः सुखजनो अर्जुन आर्तो जिज्ञासुरर्थार्थी ज्ञानी च भरतर्षभ तेषां ज्ञानी नित्ययुक्त. The next one, yeah, 17. I did that. तेषां ज्ञानी नित्ययुक्त एक भक्तिर्वशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनो अत्यर्थम् अहं स च मम प्रिय उदाराः सर्व एवैते ज्ञानित्वात्मैव मे मतम् आस्थितः स हि युक्तात्मा माम एव अनुत्तमां गतिम् बहुनां ज्ञानम् अन्ते ज्ञानवन्मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेव सर्वमति स महात्मा सुदुर्लभ कामयते सतैरहत ज्ञाना प्रपद्यन्ते अन्यदेवता ते नियमम् आस्थाय प्रकृत्या नियता स्वया यो यां तनु भक्तां श्रद्धां य चर्चितम् इच्छति तस्याचलां श्रद्धां ज्ञानमेव विद्यनानि अहम् स तया श्रद्धया युक्तसु तस्या आराधनाम् ईहते लभते च ततः कामा मयैव विहितान् हितान् अन्वतु फलं तया तद्भवति अल्पमेघसां देवान् देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्ता यान्ति मामपि अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिम् आपनं मयन्ते माम् अबुद्धय परं भाव अजानन्तो मम अव्ययम् अनुत्तमम् नाहं प्रकाशः सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृत बुधोऽहं न जानाति लोकमाम अजम अव्ययम् वेदाहं समातितानि वर्तमानानि च अर्जुन भविष्यानि च भूतानि मातु वेद न कश्चन इच्छा द्वेष समुत्थेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे अन्ति परन्तप येषां त्वनन्तं गतं पापं जनानं पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोह निर्मुक्ता भजन्ते मां दशवता जरामरणमोक्षाय माम् आश्रितयन्ति ते ब्रह्म तद विदु कुत्सन्नम् अध्यात्मं कर्म चाखिलम् साधिभूतादिदैवं मां साधियज्ञं च ये विदु प्रयाणकाले अपि च माम विदुरयुक्तचेतस हरे कृष्ण
Arjuna Uvacha, Chapter 8, Attaining the Supreme. Arjuna Uvacha, Kim Tad Brahma, Kim Adhyatmam, Kim Karma Purushattama, Adibhutam Cha Kim Proktam, Adidaivam Kim Uchate, Adiyagna Katam Kutra, Desmin Madhusudana, Payana Kale Katta Chakatam, Geyashi Niyatatmabi. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Sabhava Dhyatmam Uchate Bhuta Bhava Bhava Karo Visarga Karma Samgita Adibhutam Sarabhava Purusaschadidaivatam Adiyagnaham Evatra Dehedaha Pitambara Antakale Chamameva Smaran Mukta Kalevaram Ya Prayati Samad Bhavam Yoto Nasti Atra Samsaya Yam Yam Vapi Smaramavam Tejati Ankalvaram Tam Tam Evati Kanteya Sada Tad Bhava Bhavita Tasmad Sarveshu Kaleshu Mam Anusmara Yadacha Maya Arpita Manabuddhit Mam Evyashashi Samsaya Abhyasya Yoga Yuktena Chetasaya Nanya Kamina Paramam Purusham Divyayam Yati Partanu Chintayan Kavim Purana Manushasitaram Anurinanya in Anayam Sam Anusmaradya Sarvasya Tataram Achintaya Rupam Aditya Varnam Tamasha Parastat Kale Manasa Chalena Bhaktya Yukta Yoga Palena Chaiva Pravarmade Pranam Avashya Sayam Yak Satam Param Purusham Aipiti Divyam
यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विशान्ति यज्जतः वितरागा यदिच्छन्त ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तत्ते पदं संग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्ये सर्वदाराणि संयम्य मनोहृदि निरुद्ध च मूर्धानि धायात्मनः प्राणाम् आस्थितयुगधारणम् अमिति एकाक्षरं ब्रह्म बेहरन् मम अनुस्मरम् या प्रयाति तजन्देहं स याति परमं गतिम् अनन्या चेतसा सततं यमं स्मरति नित्यश तस्याहं शुलैव पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिना मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखलयमशाश्वतं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्मानः संसिद्धिं परमं गताः आब्रह्म भुवनालोका पुनरावर्तिन अर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् आहार्याद् ब्रह्मण विदु रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तां तेहोरात्र विदु जना अव्यक्ताद् अव्यक्तः सर्वा प्रभवन्ति अहरगमे रात्र्यगमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैव व्यक्तसम्मुखे भूतग्रामस एवयं भूता भूता प्रलीयते रात्र्यगमे वश पार्थ प्रभवन्ति हरागमे परस्तस्मात्तु भयन्न व्यक्तो व्यक्तात् सनातन यस सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यस्तो न विनश्यति
अव्यक्तस्कर इति उक्तस्तं अहु परमं गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धम परमं मम पुरुष परः पर्त भक्त लभतु अन्नः यत् अन्त सन्ति भूतानि येन सर्वम् इदं ततम् अत्र काले तु अनप्रीतिम अभीतिम चैव योगिना प्रयात यान्ति तं कालं भक्षामि भरतर्षभ अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्ल सन्मास उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रयात गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्म विदुजना धूमरात्रिस्तथा कृष्ण सन्मास दक्षिणायनं तत्र चन्द्रमासं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्ल कृष्णे गति हेते जगत सर्वते मते इक्ता उक्त एकया यत अनवृत्तिम अनवर्तति पुनश्च नैते श्रुति भक्तजनं योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगा उक्त भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपेषु चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यं फलं प्रदिष्टम् एतत् तत् सर्वम् इदं विदित्वा योगी परं सनम् उपतिष्ठत्
हरे कृष्ण
हरे कृष्ण
Hare Krishna Kavalir Prabhu, please unmute yourself.
Chapter 9, the most confidential knowledge. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha idam te tu guhyatamam pravakshami anusuyate jnanam vijnana sahitam yajagat gyatva mokshayase shubhat rajavidya rajaguhyam pavitram idam uttamam pratyakshaavagamam dharmyam susukham kartumavyayam ashraddhad अश्रद्धाना पुरुषा धर्मस्यास्य परन्तप अप्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते मृत्यु संसार वर्तमनि मया ततम् इदं सर्वं जगत् अव्यक्तमूर्तिना मतस्थानि सर्वभूतानि न चाहं तेष्व अवस्थितः न च मतस्थानि भूतानि पश्य मे योगमेश्वरम् भूतभृन्न च भूतस्थो ममात्मा भूत भावनः यथाकाश स्थितो नित्यं वायुः सर्वत्र गो महान् तथा सर्वाणि भूतानि मतस्थानि उपधारया सर्वभूतानि कौन्तेय प्रकृतिं यान्ति मामिकं काम कल्पपक्षये पुनस्तानि कल्पादो विसृजामि अहं प्रकृतिं स्वामवस्थभ्य व्रस्रजामि पुनः पुनः भूतग्राम इमं कृत्सन् अवश्यं प्रकृतेर्वशात् न च मां तानि कर्माणि निबद्धन्ति धनञ्जय उदासीन वदासीनम् असक्तं तेषु कर्मसु मया दक्षेण प्रकृतिं सूयते सचराचरं हेतुनानेय कौन्तेय जगद्विपरिवर्तते अवजानन्ति मामूढा मानुषीं तनुवाश्रितं परं भाव अजानन्तो मां भूतमहेश्वरम् मोघाशा मोघकर्माणो मोघज्ञानाविचेतसः राक्षसीम् असुरीं चैव मोहिनीमाश्रिताः महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ देवीं प्रकृतिम् आश्रितः भजन्ति अनन्यमनसो भूतादि अव्ययम् सततं कीर्तयन्तो मां यतन्तश्च दृढवतः नमस्तस्यन् च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतोमुखम् अहं क्रतुर् अहं यज्ञ स्वधाम अहम औषधम मंत्रोऽहम् अहम् एवाज्यम् अहम् अहं हूतम् पिताहम् अस्य जगतो माता धाता पितामह वेद्यं पवित्र ओंकार ऋकश्याम यजुरेव च गतिर्भर्ता प्रभु साक्षी निवासः शरणं सुहृत् प्रभवः प्रलयः स्थानं निदानं बीजम् अव्ययम् तपामि अहं वर्षं निग्रहाणि उत्सृजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सच्चाहम् अर्जुन ते विद्या मां सोमपः पूतपापा यज्ञैर्दृष्ट्वा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यम् असाध्य सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अश्नन्ति दिव्यान् देवी देव भोगान् एते भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षीणे पुण्ये मृत्युलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रयी धर्मम् अनुप्रपन्ना गतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते अनन्या चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जनाः पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम् येऽपि अन्यदेवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय यजन्ते अविधिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु माम् अभिजानन्ति तत्त्वेनास्तस्य वचन्ति ते यान्ति देवव्रता देवान् पितॄन् यान्ति पितृव्रताः भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज्या यान्ति मद्या जिनोऽपि मां पत्रं पुष्पं तो फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं भक्तिरूपार्हतम् अश्नामि प्रियतात्मनः यत्करोषि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोषि ददासि यत् तपस्यस्ति कौन्तेय तत्त्वपुरुषस्य मदर्पणम् शुभाशुभफलैरेवं मोक्षयसे कर्मबन्धने संन्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपैष्यति समोऽहं सर्वभूतेषु नमो दृष्टोऽसि न प्रियः ये भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मचीते तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेत दुराचारो भजते माम् अनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्तव्यः सम्यग् व्यवसितो हि सः क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा वच्छान्ति न गच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि न मे भक्तः प्रणश्यति मामे पार्थ व्यपाश्रित्य येऽपि स्युः पापयोनयः स्त्रियो वैश्यस् तथा शूद्रस्तेऽपि यान्ति परां गतिम् किं पुनर्ब्रह्मणा पुण्या भक्ता राजर्षयास्तथा अनित्यम् असुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व मां मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामे वैश्यसि युक्तं वैवम् आत्मानां मत्परायणः। हरे कृष्ण।
Good.
Chapter 10, the opulence of the Absolute. Text 1. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabhavo shunu me paramam vachah yatteham priya manye vakshayami hit kamaya. कामय न मे विदुसूरगणाः प्रभावं न महाश्रयः अहिराधिर्हि देवानां महर्षीणां च सर्वशः यो मामजम् अनादिं च वेत्ति लोकां महेश्वरम् असमूढसमत्येषु सर्वपापै प्रमुच्यते बुद्धिर्ज्ञानमसो मोहः क्षमः सत्यं दमः समः सुखं दुःखं भवो भावो भयं चाभ्यम् एव च अहिंसा समसा तुष्टिः तपोदानं यशो यशः भवन्ति भावभूतानां मत एव पृथक् विदुः महर्षयः सप्त पूर्वे चत्वारो मन्वसः तथा मद्भाव मतस्जाता येषां लोकम् इमा प्रजाः यथा विभूतिं योगांश्च मम यो वेति तत्त्वतः सो विकल्पेन योगेन युज्यते नात्र संशयः अहं सर्वस्य प्रभवो मत्तत् सर्वं प्रवर्त्यते इति मत्वा भजन्ते मां भूता भाव समन्वितः मच्चित्त मद्गत प्राण बोधयन्त परस्परं कथयन्श्च मां नित्यं तुष्यन्ति च रमन्ति च तेषां सततयुक्तानां भजतां प्रीतिपूर्वकं ददामि बुद्धियोगं तं येन माम् उपयान्ति ते तेषामेव अनुकम्पार्थम् अहम् अज्ञानतमः नाशयामि आत्मभावस्तु ज्ञानदीपेन भास्वत अर्जुन उवाच परं ब्रह्मं परं धामं पवित्रं परमं भवान् पुरुषं शाश्वतं दिव्यम् आदिदेवम् अजं विभुम् अहोस्त्वं सृष्टये सर्वे अहं स्वां ऋषयः सर्वे देवर्षि नारदस्तथा असितो देवलव्यास स्वयं चैव ब्रवीषि मे स्वयम् एव आत्मनामात्मं वेत्थत्वं पुरुषोत्तमं भूतभावन भूतेश देवदेव जगत्पते वक्तुमर्हसि अशेषेण दिव्य हि आत्मविभूतयः याभिर्विभूतिभिर्लोकान् इमां स्वां व्याप्य तिष्ठसि कथं विद्यम् अहं योगिं त्वां साधः परिचिन्तयान् केषु केषु स्वभावेषु चिन्तो श्रीभगवान् मया विसेत्रात्मनो योगां विभूतिं च जनार्दन भूय कथया तृप्तिर्हि शृण्वतो नास्ति मे स्मृतम् श्री भगवान् उवाच हन्तते कथोऽस्मि दिव्य हि आत्मविभूतयः प्रधान यत कुरुश्रेष्ठ नास्ति अन्त विसितरस्य मे अहम् आत्म गुडाकेश सर्वभूतस्य स्थितः अहमादिश्च मध्यं च भूतानाम् अन्त एव च
आदित्यानाम् अहं विष्णुर् ज्योतिषां रविरंशुमान् मरीचिर्मरुताम् अस्मि नक्षत्राणाम् अहं शशि वेदानां सामवेदोऽस्मि वेदानां सामवेदोऽस्मि देवानाम् अस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानाम् अस्मि चेतना रुद्राणां शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषु यक्ष रक्षासां वसूनां पवक्षास्मि मेरुशिखरिणामहं पुरुदासं समुख्यं मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानीनाम् अहं स्कन्दः सरसामस्मि सागरः महर्षीणां भृगुरहं गिर्याम् अस्मि एकम् अक्षरं यज्ञानां जापयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थ सर्ववृक्षाणां देवऋषीणां च नारद गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथः सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्चैश्रावाम् अश्वानां विद्धिमाम् अमृतो भवम् ऐरावतानां गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम् आयुधानाम् अहं वज्रं धेनूनामस्मि कामदक् प्रजानश्चास्मि कन्दर्प सर्पाणामस्मि वासुकी अन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यदसामहं पित्राणाम् आर्यमा चास्मि यमासमा यत्मतामहं प्रकलादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनेत्यश्च पक्षिणाम् पवनपवताम् अस्मि रामाशास्त्रभृतामहं जसानां मकरश्चास्मि श्रोतासामस्मि जानवी सर्गाणाम् आदिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहम् अर्जुन अध्यात्मविद्यानां वादकप्रदवतामहम् अक्षराणाम् अकरोऽस्मि द्वन्द्व समाक्षस्य च अगम् एको सयत् कालो धातानां विश्वतो मुखः मृत्यु सर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यतां कीर्तिस्थिर्वक्ष नारिणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिशमः बृहत् साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः द्यूतं चलयताम् अस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनाम् अहं जयसोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्वतामहं ऋषीणां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनुञ्जय मुनीनामपि अहं व्यासः कवीनामूषणा कवि दन्दो दमयताम् अस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानां ज्ञानवतामहम् यश्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहम् अर्जुन न तद् अस्ति विनयत् स्यात् मया भूतं चराचरम् नान्तोऽस्मि मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप ये स तु दिशत प्रोक्तो विभूतिर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद् विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमद् ऊर्जितम् एव च तद्यद् एव गच्छत्वं मम तेजोस्म संभवम् अथवा बहुनैतेन किं ज्ञानते तवर्जुन विस्तभ्यां च इदं कृष्णम् एकं स्तेन स्थितो जगत् हरे कृष्ण
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Chapter 11, the Universal Form. Text 1. Arjuna Uvacha Madanugrahaya Paramam Guhyam Adhyatma Sangitam Yatya Yuktam Vachastena Moho Yam Vigato Mama Bhavapyayo hi bhutanam Sruto Vistaraso Maya Tvatta Kamala Patraksha Mahatmyam Api Chavyayam Evam etad yathatha tvam atmanam parameswara drashtum ichhami te rupam aiswaram purusottamah manyase yadi tatchakyam maya drashtum iti prabhu yogeswara tato me tvam darsayatmanam abhyayam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Pasyame Partha Rupani Satastoth सहस्रशा नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च पश्यादित्यन् वसन् रुद्रान् अश्विनौ मरुतस्तथा बहुनि अदृष्टपूर्वाणि पश्याश्चर्याणि भारत इहैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं पश्याद्य सचराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्चान्यद्द्रष्टुम् इच्छसि न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव सुचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्यामि योगमैश्वरम् संजय उवाच एवम् उक्त्वा ततो राजन् महायोगेश्वरो हरि दर्शयामास पार्थाय परमं रूपम् ऐश्वरम् अनेकवक्त्रनयनम् अनेकाद्भुतदर्शनम् अनेकदिव्याभरणम् दिव्यानेकोद्यतायुधम् दिव्यमाल्याम्बरधरम् दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनम् सर्वाश्चर्यमयम् देवम् अनन्तम् विश्वतोमुखम् दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेत् युगपदुत्थिता यदि भासदृशी सा स्यात् भासस्तस्य महात्मना तत्रैकस्थं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तम् अनेकधा अपश्यत् देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जय परं प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलिरभाषत अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेः सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्घन् ब्रह्माणमीशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषिंश्च सर्वान् उरगांश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहुदरभक्तनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वं सर्वतोऽन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्तवादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजो राशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वं दुर्निरीक्ष्यं समन्तात् दीप्तानलार्कद्युतिम् अप्रमेयम् त्वम् अक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानम् त्वम् अव्यय शाश्वत धर्मगोप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुताशवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वम् इदं तपन्तम् द्वौया पृथिव्योरिदम् अन्तरं हि व्याप्तं तोयैकेन विदिशाश्च सर्वा दृष्ट्वाद्भुतं रूपम् उग्रं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मन् अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्घविशन्ति केचिद्भीता प्रञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीत्युक्त्वा महर्षि सिद्धसङ्घा स्तुवन्ति त्वं स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो यच्च साध्या विश्वेस्विनौ मरुतश्चोष्मपाश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्घा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मितश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुबाहुरिपादम् बहुदरं बहुदंष्ट्रकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोका प्रव्यथितास्तथाहम् नभः स्पृशं दीप्तम् अनेकवर्णं व्यक्ताननं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वं प्रव्यथितान्तरात्मा धृतं न विन्दामि समं च विष्णु दंष्ट्राकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्म प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवासा अमी च त्वां धृतराष्ट्रस्य पुत्रा सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्घै भीष्मो द्रोणासुतपुत्रस्तथासौ साहासमदीयैरपि योधमुख्यै वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाण विशन्ति दंष्ट्राकरालानि भयानकानि केचित् विलग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गैः यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगा समुद्रम् एवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीरा दिशन्ति वक्त्राणि अविविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगा लेलिह्यस्य ग्रसमानसमन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वदनै ज्वलद्भिः तेजो व्यापूर्य जगत् समग्रं भासस्तवोग्रा प्रतपन्ति विष्णु आख्यानिमेको भवानुग्ररूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देव वर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिम् श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् संहर्तुम् इह प्रवृत्ता ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे येऽवस्थिता प्रति अनेकेषु योधा तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रुं भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धम् मायैवैते निहता पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाची द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यानपि योधवीरान् मया हतांस्त्वां जहिमा व्यथिस्ता युध्यस्व चेतासि रणे सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमाना किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं सगद्गदं भीतप्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकृत्या जगत् प्रहृष्यति अनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो ध्रुवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गा कस्माश्च तेन नमेरन्महात्मन् गर्यसे ब्रह्माणोऽप्यादिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वमक्षरं सत्तत्परं यत् त्वम् आदिदेव पुरुषा पुराणस्त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं वेत्तासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम तोया ततं विश्वम् अनन्तरूप वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेऽस्तु सहस्रकृत्वा पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादथ पृष्ठात् ततस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्वः सखेति मत्वा प्रसवं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयन वापि यच्चावहासार्थमसकृतोऽसि विहारसभ्यासनभोजनेषु एकोऽथवापि अच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षमाय त्वम् अहम् अप्रमेयम् पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयन् न त्वत्समोऽस्ति अभ्यधिका कुतोऽन्यो लोकात्रयपि अप्रतिमो प्रभावा तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादय त्वम् अहं विसन्धि इद्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्यु प्रिया प्रियाया हर्षिदेव सौधुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं हृषितस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वं द्रष्टुम् अहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितमात्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वम् अनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे अन्येन न दृष्टपूर्वम् न वेदयज्ञाध्ययन दानैर्न च क्रियाभिः न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूपशक्यहं लोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीर मे मे मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमिद्रिन्ममेदं व्यपेतभिप्रीतमनः पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपम् इदं प्रपश्ये सञ्जय उवाच इति अर्जुनं वसुदेवस्तथोक्त्वा शोकं रूपं दर्शयाम् आस भूय आश्वासयामास च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीम् अस्मि संवृत्ता सचेतः प्रकृतिं गता श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दर्शम् इदं रूपं दृष्टवान् असि यन्मम देवाप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन चेज्जया साख्य एवं विधो दृष्टवान् असि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वन्यया साख्य अहम् एवं विधोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन्मत्परमो मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यः स मामेति पाण्डव हरे कृष्ण
Chapter 12 Devotional Service Arjuna Vacha Evam Satata Yuktaye Bhaktastam Paryupasate Ye Chapi Aksharam Avyaktam Tesham Ke Yoga Vittama Shri Bhagavan Vacha Mai Avesha Mano Ye Mam Nitya Yukta Upasate Shraddhaya Parayopetas ते मे युक्ता तमां मता ज्ञेत्वा अक्षरम् अनिर्देशम् अव्यक्तं पर्युपासते सर्वत्र गम अचिन्त्यं च कूटस्थम् अचलं ध्रुवं सनियं येन्द्रियग्रामं सर्वत्र समबुद्धया ते प्राप्नुवन्ति माम् एव सर्वभूताहिते रता क्लेशोद्रिक्तरस्तेषाम् अव्यक्तासक्तचेतसाम् अव्यक्ता हि गतिर्दुःखं देहवद्भिरवाप्यते ये तु सर्वाणि कर्माणि मयि सन्न्यसमत्परा अनन्येनैव योगेन मां ध्यायन्त उपासते तेषाम् अहं समुद्धर्ता मृत्युसंसारसागरात् भवामि न चिरात् पार्थ मयि आवेशितचेतसाम् मयि एव मन आधत्स्व मयि बुद्धिं निवेशय निवसिष्यसि मयि एव अतः ऊर्ध्वं न संशया अथा चित्तं समाधातुं न शक्नोषि मयि स्थिरम् अभ्यासयोगेन ततो माम् इच्छाप्तुं धनञ्जय अभ्यासेऽपि असमर्थोऽसि मत्कर्म परमो भव मदर्थम् अपि कर्माणि कुर्वन् सिद्धिम् अवाप्स्यसि अथैतद् अपि अशक्तोऽसि कर्तुं मद्योगम् आश्रिता सर्वकर्म फलत्यागं ततः कुरु यतात्मवान् श्रेयो हि ज्ञानम् अभ्यासात् ज्ञानात् ध्यानं विशिष्यते ध्यानात् कर्म फलत्यागात् शान्तिरनन्तरम् अद्वेष्टा सर्वभूतानां मैत्र करुणा एव च निर्ममो निरहङ्कार समदुःख सुख शमी सन्तुष्ट सततं योगी यतात्मा दृढनिश्चया मयि अर्पिता मनोबुद्धिर् यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यस्मान्नो द्विजते लोको लोकान्नो द्विजते च यः हर्षमर्ष भयोद्वेगे मुक्तो यः स च मे प्रियः अनपेक्षा शुचिर्दक्षा उदासीनो गताव्यथा सर्वारंभ परित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न हृष्यति न द्वेषति न शोचति न कांक्षति शुभाशुभ परित्यागी भक्तिमां यः स मे प्रियः समशत्रौ च मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयोः शीतोष्ण सुख दुःखेषु समसंगा विवर्जिता तुल्य निंदा स्तुतिर्मौनी संतुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेता स्थिरमते भक्तिमां मे प्रियो नरा ये तु धर्मामृतम् इदं यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धाधानं मत्परमा भक्तास्तेतीव मे प्रिया हरे कृष्ण
Chapter 30, Hare Krishna. Arjuna Uvacha Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Kshetram Kshetragnam Evacha Etad Veditum Ichchami Gnanam Gneyam Cha Keshava. Arjuna Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam Shariram Kaunteya Kshetram Iti Abhidhiyate Etadyo Vetti Tam Prauha Kshetragna Iti Tadvida Kshetragnam Chapimam Vidhi Sarva Kshetreshu Bharata Kshetra Kshetragnayo Gnanam Yattajnanam Matam Mama Tat Kshetram Yacha Yadracha Yadvikari Yataschayat Sachayo Yat Prabhavascha Tat Samashena Mishnu Rushibir
बहुधा गीतम् छन्दोभिर्विविधैः प्रथा सूत्रैश्चैव हे विनिश्चिता महाभूतानि अहङ्कारो गुण्येवेन्द्रियाणि दश इच्छा द्वेषा सुखं दुःखं सङ्गातश्चेतना धृति एतत् क्षेत्रं समासेन सविकारं बुधार्थम् अमानित्वम् अदम्भित्वम् अहिंसा क्षान्तिरार्जवम् आचार्योपासनं शौचं स्थैर्यम् आत्मा विनिग्रहः इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम् अनाहङ्कार एव च जन्म मृत्यु जरा व्याधि दुःखदोषानुदर्शनम् अनभिष्वङ्गा पुत्रदारा ग्रहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु
मायिच्छन्याय योगेन भक्तिरव्याभिचारिणी विविक्तदेशा सेवितम् अर्त्यर्जनसंसदि अध्यात्मज्ञानान्यत्यव्यम् तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानम् यदि प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यदतो ज्ञेयं यत्तत् प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ज्ञानार्थम् अश्नुते अनादिमपरं ब्रह्म नाशतान्नासदुच्यते सर्वपाणिपदान्तस् सर्वतोक्षिशिरोमुखम् सर्वथा श्रुतमोलोके सर्वम् अवर्ततिष्ठति सर्वेन्द्रियगुणपाशं सर्वेन्द्रियविवृतं अशक्तं सर्वभृच्चैव निर्गुणं गुणभोक्तृ च बहिर्नन्तश्चभूतानाम् आचरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वात् तत् अविज्ञेयं दूरस्थं कण्टकेचितात् अविभक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तम् एव चास्तितं भूतभर्तृ च ज्ञेयं ग्रसिष्णु प्रभविष्णु च ज्योतिषम् अपि तत् ज्योतिस् तमसः परमुच्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं ज्ञानगम्यं हृदि सर्वस्य विश्रुतम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं प्रोक्तं समास्ततः मद्भक्त एतद्विज्ञेय मद्भवायुपपद्यते प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विद्धि अनादिभुवमपि विक्रमश्चागुणश्चैव विधि प्रकृतिसम्भवान् हरे कृष्ण
कार्यकारणकर्तृत्वा हेतु प्रत्युच्यते पुरुषा सुख दुःखानां भोक्तृत्व हेतुरुच्यते पुरुषा प्रकृतिस्थो हि पुंते प्रकृतिजन्यगुणान् कारणं गुणं संगोऽस्य सदसद्योनिजन्मसु उपद्रष्टानुमन्ताश्च भर्ता भोक्ता महेश्वरा परमात्मेति चाप्युक्तो देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुषः परा या एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं
प्रकृतिं च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स भूयो विजायते ध्यानेनात्मानि पश्यन्ति केचित् आत्मानम् आत्मना अन्ये सांख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्ये एवम् अजानन्तः श्रुत्वन्येभ्य उपासते तेऽपि क्वचित् त्रयन्त्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणा यावत् संजयाते किञ्चित् सत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमं क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् तद्विधि भरतर्षभ समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनाश्यत्व अविनाश्यन्तं यः पश्यति स पश्यति समं पश्यन् हि सर्वत्र समवस्थितम् ईश्वरं न हीनस्ति आत्मनात्मानं ततो याति परं गतिम् प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यन्ति तदात्मानम् अकर्तारं स पश्यति
हरे कृष्ण यदा भूत प्रकृत पृथग्भावम् एकस्थम् अनुपश्यति तथा एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पद्यते तदा अनादित्वान् निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायम् अव्ययः शरीरास्तोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्यात् आकाशं नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्र अवस्थितो देहे तथात्मा नोपलिप्यते यथा प्रकाशयति एकः कृष्णं लोकम् इमं रवि क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृष्णं प्रकाशयति भारत क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृतिर्मोक्षं च ये विदुर्यन्ति ये यन्ति ते परम् हरे कृष्ण
Pratik Prabhu, please unmute yourself. Hare Krishna, Pratik Prabhu, please unmute yourself. Can't hear you. Pratik Prabhu, can you start? Pratik Prabhu, are you there? I can see you, and maybe you want to disconnect and connect quickly because I can't hear you. Okay, Prabhu is disconnecting and he's going to connect right away. Otherwise, we'll go for the backup. We'll just
He
wait
left.
1 more minute. Yeah, he's going to connect again. Give 1 minute.
Chapter 16, chapter 14. Can you hear me all?
Yeah, Prabhuji, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry for that. Chapter 14. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Param Bhuya Pravakshami Jnananam Jnana Uttamam Yajajnatva Muna Sarve Param Siddhim Ito Gataha Idam Jnanam Upashritya Mama Sandharmya Agata Sangepi Nopajayante Pralayena Vethanti Cha Mama Yo Nirmahad Brahma Tasmin Garbha Dadamyaham Sarva Sambhava Sarva Bhutanam Tato Bhavati Bharata Sarvayonishu Kaunteya Murtaya Sambhavanti Yaha Tasam Brahma Mahadyonir Aham Bija Pradapita Sattvam Rajasatama Iti Guna Prakriti Sambhava Nibandanti Mahabaho Dehe Dehinam Avyayam Tatra Sattvam Nirmalatvatva Prakashakam Anamayam Sukha Sangena Bandati Jnana Sangena Chanada Rajo Ragatmakam Buddhi Trishna Sangat Samudbhavam Tanandi Bandani Kaunteya Karma Sangena Dehinam Tamastvam Agnana Jam Vidvi Mohanam Sarvadehinam Pramadalala Nidrabe Sana Nibandanti Bharata Satvam Sukhe Sajajeti Raja Karmani Bharata Ajnanam Avritya Tu Tamaha Pramade Nisaja Jayanta Uta Rajastamasha Chabi Bhuya Sattvam Bhavati Bharata Rajasatvam Tamashaiva Tamasatvam Rajastatha Sarvadvareshu Dehismin Prakasha Upajayate Jnanam Yatha Tatha Vidvar Vifruddham Sattvam Itya Uta Loka Pravrittir Aramba Karmanama Ashamaspura Rajasya Etani Jayante Vivruddhe Bharata Sharva Aprakasho Pravrittisha Pramado Moha Evacha Samasya Etani Jayante Vivruddhe Kurunandana Yada Sattve Pravruddhve Tu Pralayam Yati Dehabrut Tadottamam Vidam Lokan Amalan Pratipadyate Rajasi Pralayam Gatva Karma Sangeshu Jayate Tatham Pralinasattamasi Mudayonishu Jayate Karmana Sakrutasya Hu Satvikam Nirbalam Phalam Rajasastu Phalam Dukham Agnanam Tamasa Phalam Tattvata Sanjayate Jnanam Rajaso Lobha Evacha Pramada Mohau Tamaso Bhavato Jnanam Evacha Udvaganchanti Sattvastha Madhye Tishtanti Rajasa Jadanya Guna Vrutistha Agogachati Tamasa Nanyam Gunebhya Kartaram Yada Drashtanupashyati Gune Bhashya Sha Param Veti Madbhavam So Digachati Gunanam Etani Atitya त्रीन देहि देह समर्पुवान् जन्म मृत्यु जरा दुःखेर विमुक्तो मृतम् अनुष्टे। अर्जुन उवाच केरं लिंग गोसत्रिना गुणान् एतान् अतीतो भवति प्रभो किमाश्चर कथं चैता स्त्रीण गुणानाम् अतिवर्तते। श्रीभगवान् उवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्तं च मोहम् एव च पाण्डव न दृष्टि सप्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति। उदासीनवद आस्तिनो गुणैर्यो न विचाल्यते गुणा वर्तन्ते इत्येव योगतिष्ठति निगते। समदुःख सुख स्वस्थ समलोष्टाश्म काश्चन तुल्य प्रिया प्रियो धीर तुल्य निन्दात्म सस्तुति मानापमानयो सतुल्य तुल्यो मित्रारिपक्षयो सर्वारंभ परित्यागी गुणातीत स उच्यते। मां च यो व्यभिचारेण भक्ति योगेन सेवते सगुणान् समतीत्यैता ब्रह्म भूयाय कल्पते। ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्याव्ययस्य च आश्वस्तस्य च धर्मस्य सुखसैकान्तिकस्य च। हरे कृष्ण।
Hare Krishna. The Yoga of Supreme Person. Sri Bhagavana Uvacha Urdham Moolam Adhashakam Ashatam Pahurabhayam Chandamasi Yasha Parnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavid Adhasha Urdham Pastasasha Shakha Guna Pravidha Vishaya Prabalaha Adhasya Mulani Unushantatani Karmanubandhani Manusho Loke Narupam Asheha Tathopalabdhaye Nanto Nacha Nacha Sampratistaha Ashatam Inam Suvidha Pulam Asagno Sastrena Dihana Chitova Tathapadam Tatparimarjitabham Yasmin Gata Na Nivartanti Vibha Tam eva cha addam purusham prapade yatha pravitya parisitaha purani nirmana moho sangavosha nirmana moha jita sangadosha adhatmanita vinirvada kamaha dandavir vimukto sukha dukho samyani gachanti amudha padam abhayam tat नाता भस्यते सूर्यो ना शशांको ना प्रभाकर यद्गात ना निवर्तन्ते तद्धमा परमं मम ममैवा अंशो जीवो लोके जीवो भूते सनातन मम शस्तान्ति इन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति शरीरं यद् अहोपनोति यच्चापि उत्कामनि ईश्वरः गृहभातानि तानि शमयाति वायुर्गन्धा इव शयत् श्रोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शं च रसानां घ्राणम् इव च अधिष्ठाय मनसा चायं विषयानुपसेवते उत्क्रमान्तां स्थितां वापि भुञ्जानां गुणानुभूतां भूधा ननुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति गणचक्षुः यातातान्तो जविनाश्चैनां पश्यन्ति आत्मानि अवस्थितां यातान्तो वापि अक्रमात्मानो नैनां पश्यन्ति अचेतसः याद आदित्यो गतं तेजो जगद्भास्यते अखिलं यत् चन्द्रमासि यच्च अग्नौ तत्तेजो विद्ध ममाकम् गामविश्य च भूतानि धर्मामि अहम् अजेषा पुष्णामि चौषधि सर्व सोमो भूतारसत्मकः अहं वैष्णवानारो भूता प्राणिनां देहामाश्रिता प्राणापाना समायुक्तं पचामि अन्नं चतुर्भुजाम् सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मतस्मृति ज्ञानम् अपहनं च वेदाहि च सर्वाहि अहम् इवावेदेयो वेदान्तो कृतो भेदाभिदैवां च देव इमां पुरुषो लोके कसराश्चक्षरा इव च कसरा सर्वाणि भूतानि कुतस्थो कसरा उच्यते उत्तमः पुरुषो च त अन्यः परमात्मेति उद्धृता यो लोकात्रयम् अविश्य विवर्ति अभया ईश्वरः यस्मात् कषाणामधितो अहम् अक्षरादपि च उत्तमः अत्तोऽस्मि लोके वेदा च प्रतितः पुरुषोत्तमः यो मामेवम् असमुद्धो जानाति पुरुषोत्तमम् सा सर्वा भजति मां सर्वभवेन भारत इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदम् उक्तमनघः एतद्बुद्धे बुद्धिमान् शायद कृतश्च भारत। हरे कृष्ण।
Hare Krishna. The divine and demonic natures. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Abhayam Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Vacha Abhayam Sattva Samsuddhe Jnana Yoga Vyavastita Dhanam Dhamascha Yagnascha Swadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satya Akrodas Tyaga Shantir Upaisuna Daya Bhuteshu Alo Luptvam Mardavam Harir Chapalam Teja Kshama Dristi Saucham Adroho Nati Manita Bhavanti Sampadam Daivim Abhijatasya Bharata Dambodharpo Vimanascha Krodha Paurusyam Evacha Agnanam Jatasya Partha Sampadam Ashrim Daivi Sampad Vimokshaya Nibandhaya Surimata Mashucha Sampadam Daivim Abhijato Si Pandava Dvau Bhuta Sharkau Lokesmin Daiva Asura Evacha Daivo Vistarascha Prokta Asuram Partha Me Shrunu Pravrittim Cha Nivrittim Cha Gnana Vidur Asura Na Shaucham Napi Charo Na Satyam Te Suvidyate Asat Asatyam Apratistam Te Jagat Ahur Anishvaram Aparaspara Sambhutam Kimmanyat Kamahaitukam Etam Dristim Avastabhya Nashtatmano Alpabuddhaya Prabhavante Ugra Karmana क्षयाय जगतो अहिता कामम् आश्रित्य दुष्पुरं दम्भमानमदान्विता महात् गृहीत्वा सात् गृहान् प्रवर्तन्ते अशुचिव्रता चिन्तम् अपरिमेयां च प्रलयान्तम् उपाश्रिता कामापभोग परमा एतवात् इति नैश्चिता आशापाशशतेर्बन्धु बद्धा कामक्रोध पारयाना विहन्ते काम भोगार्थम् अन्यायेनार्थ संज्ञाचयान् इदम् अद्य मया लब्धम् इमं प्राप्स्ये मनोरथम् इदम् अस्तिदम् अपि मे भविष्यति पुनर्दानम् असौ मया हतः शत्रुर्हनिष्ये च परानपि ईश्वरोऽहम् अहं भोगी सिद्धोऽहं बलवान् सुखी आद्यो अभिजानवान् अस्मि कोऽन्योऽस्ति सदृशो मया यक्ष्ये दास्यामि मोदिष्या इति ज्ञानविमोहिता अनेकचित्ता विभ्रान्ता मोहजाला समावृता प्रसक्ता कामभोगेषु पतन्ति नरके शुचौ आत्मसम्भाविता शब्दा दानमानमदान्विता यज्ञान्ते नाम यज्ञैस्ते दम्भेन विधि पूर्वकम् अहङ्कारं बलादर्पं कामं क्रोधं च संश्रिता माम् आत्मा पर देहेषु प्रद्विषन्तो अभ्यासूयका तन् अहं द्विषतः क्रूरान् संसारेषु नारदामान् क्षिप्यं मे अजस्रम् अशुभान् असुरीषु एव योनिषु असुरीं योनिम् आपन्ना मुदा जन्मानि मा अप्राप्यैव कौन्तेय ततो यन्ते अधामं गतिम् त्रिविधं नरकास्येदा द्वारं नाशनम् आत्मना कामः क्रोधस्तथा लोभस्तस्मात् एतत् त्रयं त्यजेत् एतैर्विमुक्तः कौन्तेय तमो द्वारैस्त्रिभिर्नरा आचार्यते आत्मना श्रेयस्ततो यति परमं गतिम् यः शास्त्रविधिम् उत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारता न सा सिद्धिम् अवाप्नोति न सुखं न परगतिम् तस्मात् शास्त्रं प्रमाणं ते कार्याकार्यव्यवस्थितौ ज्ञात्वा शास्त्रविधानोक्तं कर्म कर्तुम् इहर्हसि हरे कृष्ण।
Chapter 17, the divisions of faith. Arjuna Uvacha Le Shastra Vidhimutsrijya Yajante Shradayandita Tesham Nishtatu Ka Krishna Sattva Mahorajastama Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Trividha Bhavati Shraddha Dehinam Sasvabhavaja Satviki Rajasli Chaiva Tamasli Chetlitam Shrinu Sarvanurupa Sarvasya Shraddha Bhavati Bharata Shraddha Melyolam Puruso Lola Shraddha Saevasa Yajante Satvika Devan Laksha Raksham Rajasa Pretan Putaganam Stranye Yajante Tamasajana Ashastra Vihitam Ghoram Taplante Litapojana Dambahankara Samlukta Kamaraga Balanvita Karshayanta Sarirastham Bhutagramam Machetasa Mam Tevanta Sarirastham Tanvidya Suranischayan Aharastvapi Sarvasya Dvividho Bhavati Priya Laglastapastatha Dhanam Desham Bedam Imam Srinu Ayu Sattva Balarogya Sukha Priti Vivardhana Rasla Snigdha Sthira Ridya Ahara Sattvika Priya Katvam La Lavanatlusna Tikshna Ruksa Vidahina Ahara Rajasaslista Duka Soka Maya Prada Yata Lamam Gatarasam Butli Paryusitam Jayat Uchistam Apitamidlam Bodhanam Tamasa Priyam Aphala Kangshi Virlaglo Vidil Distola Yijate Yastavlam Me Vetilmana Samadhaya Sasatvika Abhisandhaya tu phalam dambhartam abhichaivalat ijjate bharata shrestha tam laglam vidhirajasam vidhihinam shrestanam mantrahinam dakshinam shraddha virahitam laglam tamasam paritraksate Devadvija Guru Pragya Pujanam Sauchamarjavam Brahmacharya Mahimsa Cha Shariram Tapa Uchyate Anudvegakaram Vakyam Shatlam Priyahitam Chayat Svadla Lablasanam Chaiva Vanmayam Tapa Uchyate Manaprasada Somlatvam Monamadma Vinigraha Bhava samsudiritlyetat tapomana samuchite Shradaya paraya taptam taptas tatvividham narai aphala kankshi virluktai sadvikam parichaksate Shatskara mana pujartam tapodambena chaivalat vilate tad iha proktam rajasam chalamadruvam Mudha grahe natmanolat vidaya krilate tapa paraslut sadhanartham va tattamassamudaritam datavlam iti laddanam dilate nupakarine deshe kale trapatre cha taddanam sadvikam smitam Yattu pratyupakarartham phalam udisya vapuna dilate cha pariklistam taddanam rajasam smritam adesha kaliladdanam apatrebhyashta dilate ashatkritam avagyatam tattam samudaritam Om Tat Saditi Nirdesho Brahmanastri Vidasmita Brahmanaste Vedastena Vedascha Laglascha Vihita Pura Tasmat Om Itlidaritla Lagladana Tapakriya Pravartante Vidanokta Satatam Brahmavadinam तदित्यनाभिसन्धया फलं लग्लतपाकुल्या दानक्रियाश्च विविधा क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः सद्भावे साधुभावे च साधिक्रिये तत्प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तथा सत्शब्दपार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः इति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तदर्थीयं सदित्येवाभिधीयते अश्वदयाहुतं दातं तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असद् इत्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत् प्रत्यनोल्यः हरे कृष्ण
अर्जुन उवाच सन्न्यासस्य महाबाहो त्यक्त्वा इच्छामि वेदतुं त्याजस्य च ऋषिकेश पृथक् केशिनिषूदन श्रीभगवान् उवाच कामयानां कर्मणां न्यासं सन्न्यासं काव्ययो विदो सर्वकर्मफलत्याज्यं प्राहुस्त्याजं विचक्षणाः त्याज्यं दोषो वद इति एके कर्म प्राहुर्मनीषिणः यज्ञदानतपकर्म न त्याज्यम् इति चापरेः निश्चयं शृणु मे तत्र त्यागी भारत सत्तमा त्यागो ह्ये पुरुषव्याघ्रः त्रिविधेह सम्प्रकीर्तितः यज्ञदानतपकर्म न त्याज्यं कर्म यम् एव तत् यज्ञो दानं तपश्चैव पावनानि मनीषिणम् एतान्यपि तु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलानि च कर्तव्यानीति मे पार्थ निश्चितं मत्तम् उत्तमम् निश्यतस्य तु सन्न्यासः कर्मणो नोपपद्यते मोहात् तस्य परित्यागस् तामस परिकीर्तितः दुःखमिति एव यत्कर्म कामक्लेश भवात् त्यजत् सकृत्वा राजसं त्यागं नैव त्यागफलं लभेत कार्यम् इति एव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियते अर्जुन सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलं चैव सत्यागः सात्विको मतः न द्वेष्टि अकुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुसज्जते त्यागी सत्त्वसमाविष्टो मेधावी क्षीण संशयः न हि देहवृत्ता सक्षम त्यक्तुं कर्मणि अशेषतः यस्तुं कर्म फलत्यागी स त्याजितः अभिधीयत अनिष्टम् इष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्म न फलं भवति अत्यागिनां प्रीत्या न तु सन्न्यासिनां क्वचित् पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे संख्ये कर्तान्ते प्रोक्तानि सिद्ध्यते सर्वकर्मणाम् अधिष्ठानम् अथा कर्ता कराणां च पृथक् विधम् विधिदाश्च पृथक् श्रेष्ठा दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमेम् शरीरं वां मनोभिर्यत् कर्म प्रारभते नरा न्यायं वा निपरं तं वा पञ्चैति तस्य हेतवः तत्रैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मनां केवलं तु यः पश्यन्ते अकृतभूतिद्यं न स पश्यति दुर्मति यस्य नाहङ्कृतो भावो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि स इलं लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यति ज्ञानं ज्ञानं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्मणोऽधना कारणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधि कर्म संग्रहः
ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिधैव गुणभेदतः प्रोच्यते गुणसङ्ख्याने यत्त्वात् शृणुतान्य अपि सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावम् अव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विधिसात्विकम् पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ज्ञानं नानाभावान् पृथक्विधान् वेति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विधिराजसम् यत्तु कृत्स्नवद् एकस्मिन् कार्ये सक्तम् अहैतुकं तत् त्वर्थं अल्पं च तत्तामसमुदाहृतं नियतं सङ्गरहितं रागद्वेषः कृतम् अफलप्रेपशूना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म सहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियते बहुलायास्मं तद्राजसमुदाहृतम् अनुबन्धं क्षयं हिंसम् अनपेक्ष्य च पौरुषं मोहदभ्रभ्यते कर्म यत्तत् तामसमुच्यते मुक्तसङ्गनहं व्याधि धृति उत्साह समान्वितः सिद्ध्य निर्विकार कार्तसात्विक उच्यते रागी कर्म फलप्रेप्सुर्लुब्धो हिंसा सात्मकौ शुचि हर्षशोकान्वितः कार्त राजसः परिकीर्तितः अयुक्तः प्रकृतः शब्दः सथो नैष्कृतिको लासः विषादी दीर्घश्रुति च कार्ततामस उच्यते बुद्धेर्भेदं धृतश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानम् अशासेन पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्यकार्यभयाभये बन्धमोक्षं च व्यवेति बुद्धिः सा पार्थ सात्विकी याय धर्ममधर्मं च कार्यम् एव च अयथावत् प्रजानाति बुद्धिः सा पार्थ राजसी अधर्मं धर्ममिति मन्यते तामसवृता सर्वार्थान् विपरीतं च बुद्धिः सा पार्थ तामसी धृत्या धार्यते मनः प्राणेन्द्रियक्रिया योगेन व्यभिचारिण्या धृतिः सा पार्थ सात्विकी याय तु धर्मन् कर्मार्थन् धृत्या धार्यर्तेऽर्जुन प्रसङ्गेन फलाकाङ्क्षी धृतिः स पार्थराजसी याय स्वप्नं भयशोकं विषादां मतमेव च न विमुच्यति दुर्मेधः हृतिः स पार्थ तामसी सुखं त्वइन्दनिं त्रिविधं शृणु मे भारतसभा अभ्यासाद्रमन्ते यत्र दुःखान्तं न च गच्छति यत्तद् अग्रे विषमेव परिणामित्रोपमं तत्सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजं विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगात् तत् यत् तत् अग्रे अमृतोपमं पारिणामविषयमेव तत्सुखं राजसंस्मृतं यदग्रे चानुबन्धे च सुखं मोहमात्मनः निद्रालस्यप्रमादोत्थं तत्तामसमुदाहृतम्
न तदस्ति पृथिव्यां वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्त्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तं यत् एभिः शत्रुभिर्गुणे ब्राह्मणा क्षत्रिया विशां शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावप्रभवे शमोदपस्तपः शौचं शान्तिरार्जवम् एव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानम् आस्तिक्यं ब्रह्म कर्म स्वभावजम् शौर्यं तेजोधृतिर्दाक्ष्यं युद्धे चाप्यपलायनं दानम् ईश्वरभावश्च क्षात्रं कर्म स्वभावजम् कृषि गोरक्षया वाणिज्यं वैश्ये कर्म स्वभावजम् परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजम् स्वे स्वे कर्माणि अभिरतः संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्मणि रतः सिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु यथा प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वम् इदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तम् अभ्यर्च्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणः परधर्मात् स्वानुष्ठिता स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम् सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषम् अपि न त्यजेत् सर्वरम्भा हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृता असक्तबुद्धिः सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्पृहः नैष्कर्म्य सिद्धिं परमां सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्मा तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समाश्नेव कौन्तेय निष्ठा ज्ञानस्य या पराम् बुद्ध्या विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यमानमियं च शब्दादीन् विषयान् त्यक्त्वा रागाद्वेषु व्युदस्य च विविक्तसेविलग्आशी यथा वाक्कायमानस ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यां वैराग्यं समुपाश्रित अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं कामं क्रोधं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्ममः शान्तो ब्रह्मा भुवाय कल्पते ब्रह्माभूतप्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते पराम् भक्त्या माम् अभिजानाति यावन्यश्चस्मि तत्त्वता ततो मां तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विशते तद् अनन्तरम् सर्वकर्माणि अपि सदा कुर्वाणो मद्व्यपाश्रय मत्प्रसादात् अवाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदम् अव्ययम् चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परा बुद्धियोगमुपाश्रित्य मच्चित्तः सततं भव मच्चित्त सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रसादात् तरिष्यसि अथ चेत्त्वम् अहङ्कारान् न शोष्यसि विहङ्क्ष्यसि यद् अहङ्कारम् आश्रित्य न योत्स्य इति मन्यसे मिथि एषा व्यवयस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वां नियोक्ष्यति स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धस्वेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यन्मोहात् करिष्यसि अवश्योऽपि तत् ईश्वर सर्वभूतानां हृदये देशेऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रमायन् सर्वभूतानि यन्त्रधानि मायया तम् एव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परां शान्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम् इति ते ज्ञानम् आख्यातं गुह्यात् गुह्यतरं मया विमृशत् यतात् अशेषेण यथेच्छसि तथा कुरु सर्वगुह्यतमं भूया शृणु मे परमं वचम् इष्टोऽसि मे दृढम् एते ततो वक्ष्यामि ते हितम् मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु माम् एवश्यसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने प्रियोऽसि मे
सर्वधर्म परित्याज मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वं सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः
इदं ते नातपस्काय न भक्ताय कदाचन न च शुश्रूषवे वाच्यं न च मम यो अभ्यासयति या इदं परमं गुह्यं मद्भक्तेषु अभिदास्यति भक्तिं मयि परां कृत्वा माम् एवश्यति असंशया न च तस्मान् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन्मे प्रियकृतमा भविता न च मे तस्मात् अन्य प्रियतरो भुवि अध्येष्यते च या इमां धर्म्यां संवादम् अवायो ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टास्याम् इति मे मतिः श्रद्धावान् अनासूयाश्च शृणुयात् अपि चो नरा सो अपि मुक्ता शुभलोकान् प्राप्नुयात् पुण्यकर्मणाम् कच्चित् एतत् श्रुतं पार्थात्वायेकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चित् अज्ञानसम्मोहा प्रनष्टास्ते धनञ्जय अर्जुन उवाच नास्तो मोहस्मृतिर्लब्धा त्वत्प्रसादान् मयाच्युत स्थितोऽस्मि गता सन्देहा करिष्यसे वचनं तव संजय उवाच इति अहं वासुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मना संवादम् इमम् अश्रौषम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणम् व्यासप्रसादात् श्रुतवान् एतद् गुह्यम् अहं परम् योगं योगेश्वरात् कृष्णात् साक्षात् कथयता स्वयम् राजन् संस्मृत्य संवादम् इमम् अद्भुतम् केशवार्जुनयो पुण्यम् हृष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुः तच्च संस्मृत्य रूपम् अति अद्भुतं हरे विस्मयो मे महान् राजन् हृष्यामि च पुनः पुनः यात्रा योगेश्वर कृष्णो यात्रा पार्थो धनुर्धरा तत्र श्रीर्विजयो ध्रुवा नीतिर्मतिर्मम ओम तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भागवत गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्म विद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे मोक्ष संन्यास योगो नाम अष्टादशो अध्याय। Thank you, Mataji. I will just be very brief. I don't want to belabor the slides as many of us had seen this when we started this at 1:30. So the Gita Jayanti this year is a part of the Live to Give campaign, which also included Purushottam Mas, the auspicious month of Kartik, and now culminating with Gita Jayanti of Prabhupada Marathon. So as Prabhupada desired to distribute as many books, so this time ISKCON worldwide has come together to distribute 2 million Gitas all across the continents. If you move to the next slide, Mataji. So this is a sort of a snapshot. So I will start from the left. So the yellow dots are the temples in North America. So what we have zoomed in over here is Philadelphia. So there are two numbers that we see here, 2616 and 3456. 3456 is the goal that ISKCON Philadelphia has set for the 2020 Live to Give campaign. If translated into boxes, 3456 is 216 boxes. And 2616 is the number of books or boxes that we have done as of now. 2616 translated into boxes is around 163. So we are 75% there with respect to the goal that we have set. We earlier started with 108 boxes, and with the participation and cooperation as well as blessings of senior devotees, we have already sailed through that, and now we have our sight on 216 boxes. Now the gap is 840 Bhagavad Gitas only, or we only need 53 more boxes needed to reach our goal, which is until 7th of January next year. So far, if you look at the 163 boxes that we have done, there are roughly around 65 to 70 families that have helped us to get through to 163, which is on an average roughly around 2.5. So if we have families, if we go with the same rate, then we only need 25 to 30 families, and then we can very well cross the goal that we have set so far. On the right, we have the worldwide scorecard, which shows that at the top, there have been 2.2 million Bhagavad Gitas that have been pledged. This means that we have already sailed past as ISKCON worldwide above the 2 million Gitas. And below that are the number of Gitas that have been distributed so far, because the Gitas at the top, they have been pledged. And not all of them have been distributed. It will take a while for them to be distributed. And below that is the enormous participation that we are seeing. 180 communities and temples worldwide in 42 countries. And the good thing is there is still some time, 13 days, 6 days in this month and 7 days in January for us, as well as worldwide ISKCON, to get to the goal that we have set. Moving to the next slide. And many of you might know on this call that how one can participate and what is there in terms of the sponsorship. So one can either take Bhagavad Gitas. These are soft-bound, hard-bound in multiple languages. The soft-bound Bhagavad Gita has 24 books. These are in English only, whereas the Bhagavad Gita hard is available in multiple languages, including Urdu as well as Spanish, in addition to the regional languages. And one can also sponsor through Shastradan, where these books can be placed in the motels, hotels, hospitals, schools, libraries. And there's one more slide that is very important, that how one can participate. So obviously one has to raise their hand to participate, and you will get so much blessing and mercy of the previous acharyas, senior devotees, and especially Srila Prabhupada. And the way we can do it is the Lakshmi can be sent through PayPal to donations at iskonphiladelphia.com. One can write a check in favor of ISKCON. There can also be credit card payment that can be done. One can also Venmo or Zelle the payment amount so that there is no fees. And if there are any questions, you can definitely speak to Dronacharya Prabhu, Sita Mataji, Hariash Prabhu, and you can also send an email to dhinutarpita@gmail.com so that we can help clarify and answer any questions we have. Please spread the word. This year has been very different for all of us because of the pandemic. There is a lot of piety in people's hearts, and people would really like to donate and spread this holy message to as many people as possible. This is what we have found out as we really tried to get support for the Live to Give campaign in Philadelphia. Haribol.
Thank you, Dhinutarpita Prabhu, very much for that presentation. Amazing how worldwide we've exceeded our goal of 2 million Bhagavad Gitas. And one thing I noticed there is that now the onus is on the distribution side of things. And I think this is a challenge to all the devotees. Now that we're benefiting from this sacred message of the Bhagavad Gita, we see how it's impacted our lives. Now it's up to us to kind of stretch our brains to try to find creative ways of getting these books that have changed our lives into the hands of others. So that's something that we can pray, that Krishna helps us understand how we can spread this message to society at large, fulfilling the mission of Srila Prabhupada. We also want to thank all the devotees that have come out today. Those of you who have chanted and led a chapter, and those of you who have chanted along with us at home. You've made this World Gita Day, the advent of the Bhagavad Gita, Gita Jayanti, very, very special. This was the second reading of the day. We had an English reading earlier this morning. This was the Sanskrit. And then we'll have another one at 5:30. That'll be an English reading, and it will feature a dramatic reading of the first chapter. So if you want to come back and join us at 5:30, we would love to have you. Again, it's a wonderful day to celebrate the Bhagavad Gita. We will conclude now, because this is, we explained it before, it's kind of like the movie theaters. You go to the movies and like after the show, everybody has to kind of exit. And then because they're getting ready for the next show. But this next show is free. You don't have to buy a ticket for the next show. Please come in. Please come at 5:30. We would love to see you. Hare Krishna. Shri Gita Jayanti Mahotsava ki.
Jai.
Shri Gita Mahotsava ki. Jai. Shri Gita Jayanti Mahotsava ki.
Jai.
Jai Gaur Premanande.
Thank you, everybody. So good. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you for arranging.
Hare
Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare
So you
Krishna.
did good.